I think he charges for that. That looks like First Amender in a dress. It's really a lot of obsessing over this.
And as individuals engage in narrative manipulation, and instead of doing that, maybe we should just talk it out and like
What
not
was
go
the
as
idea of
far.
selling that picture? What was the intention behind it?
Money.
Yeah, but what is the selling point?
Dude, she got away without actually showing nudity, and if I look that fucking good, I mean,
I'm not saying. Okay. No,
The jacket was gay.
Fine.
Should have discarded. I agree.
oh my god, you degenerate.
Boomers.
But do you guys not think that was manipulation
Whatever.
when Andrew threw bars over it?
I'm lost here a little bit. I'm sorry. I know you guys have been going off in the weeds all night, and that's cool because that's what goes on over here, and I like it. But
did your ears bleed?
I'm really sorry.
Did your ears bleed too?
No, I was actually doing some 3D printing, and so I was like in and out. It's no big deal.
Oh, you're lucky you missed it.
Yeah. So I'm just really curious: is the problem? What's the problem with Marte and this stuff? Because
like gay.
Sorry,
that he's well. It's kind of weird because the guys on the other side that are completely fine with all kind of degeneracy, they just are very mad at Marte being gay. And we are like, dude, he's like repentant and he's trying to change his life for the better in the way that we look at the world. And they're like, no, he's just gay. And it's like, okay. At this point, at this point, I don't give a shit.
Right? He is completely repentant, but keeps challenging people to go find it.
Not to go find it. You know what? At this point, I don't care. At this point, I don't give a shit anymore. Like I tried to explain this like 50 times, and I don't think it's gonna go anywhere.
You're the one who's not getting it.
Yeah, I know. I'm retarded. I'm so stupid. That's the actual thing. I agree with you.
Argument again, please don't start the circular argument. I'm just asking. Yeah, Emmett, I understand your point of view. I think. What's everybody else's problem with Marte? Is it that he's gay, or is it that he's not gay? Is it that he did something that feels like he's gay and you guys don't like that he did something gay? Do you think do you think he's being hypocritical because he did that way back then and now he's acting hopefully like a Christian? I'm just really I'm at a loss here. I have to be honest. I was actually really while I was sitting here listening, I was trying to steel man your arguments and I couldn't, and it's really rare for me to do. So I really want to understand what the problem with Marte is. I get it that he's got an abrasive attitude. I get it that he says things that people don't like. I do that too. I understand that people feel like he's lying. Okay. People have called me a liar before as well. It's fine. So I was unable to steel man the argument, and so I'd really like to understand what the what the basis of all this Marte hate, which has gone on for a month and a half or whatever, is. I just don't understand it.
Well, I'll start with me, right? He is one of the most disingenuous, lying motherfuckers I've ever met on the internet, and I used to hang out in dissonant political circles.
All right,
he literally left my chat and immediately messaged you saying I kicked him the day that I invited him. So he outright lied on me. I've seen him disrespect women on multiple occasions. Like I've seen him act. I've seen him act
okay, you
totally
just don't think he's a good dude. Bottom line.
No, I just okay. I think he's
fair enough. Fair enough. I think that is probably that's not fair for you to have that viewpoint. Fair enough.
The topic of the show was narrative manipulation, and I threw out several national and individual examples, and and people ran with the Marte example, and that's how we got here.
Yeah, why not?
Now, I do think it's fucked up for people to use narrative manipulation against Marte if they're trying to ruin his life or destroy business contacts, like he kind of claimed what he was doing on his stream the other night when reviewing Dusty. So, and I also think it's fucked up that they did it to Sarah as well.
Sure, and I would like to think that for the most part we're through the stuff with Sarah, right? Like I caught a little heat. I catch a little heat here and there for having Sarah on my show sometimes, or talking to her or whatever. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter. First of all, I honestly don't give a shit if people want to give me heat. They can do it to my face or shut the fuck up, right? Like I don't give a shit. If people want to give me heat about having whoever the fuck I want on my show, whether it's Connor from Counterpoints or fucking Destiny, it's my fucking show. So I don't give a shit, and so I get that. I understand, that I'm hoping that we're past this stuff with Sarah. Maybe not. I don't know. Dusty seems to be chill lately. I've been having some good interactions with Flow State. The only thing that seems to be the problem, or the continuing problem, and everybody's calmed down about Rob, or seems to be, but he's so busy that I haven't even seen him on the fucking internet hardly at all. He's busy guy. But that leaves us with Marte, and I'm not really sure. I think Marte is a good target because he's very reactionary. I'm just be honest about it, right? People want to pick him because he's easy content.
I think it goes beyond that, Grid.
You think so?
I do, and that's because, look,
okay,
I wasn't even firing off shots at him, and he progressively, at one point, he was like, "I'm covering this thing that you're in, and you should come defend yourself." And he tried to put me on the spot over something that it was like, dude, you're taking what happened out of context. That's not how it went down.
Sure.
And from there, right down to he I didn't even know about it afterward. When I saw it, I thought it's actually hilarious. He made a diss track about me. And it's like, dude, I hadn't even wasted my time on you like that. He wants to argue. He likes to tell me, right down to, I am not spiritually relevant, in the same class as him or whatever, how as a family,
people Christians. I'm waiting for the foot to fall, because literally way worse has been said about Marte than anything you just described.
It's nonstop with him.
Literally,
and I never even
hold on. Literally calling a grown man gay and meaning it, not like I call Vibe gay, like Vibe, that haircut's fucking gay. That's one thing, right? But literally saying that you are a fucking homosexual, a grown ass man, that's a pretty hefty insult, and nothing that I've seen any of you fuckers complain about. Not you. I'm not saying you're a fucker, Beth. I'm using that in a generic term.
Yeah, you're good.
I haven't seen anything rise to the level of hatred that has been, or not hatred. What's a good word here, Emmett? Vitriol. Vitriol is a good word. Haven't seen anything that Marte's really. Now, is he arrogant? Absolutely. Right? Does he seem to get caught in lies, half truths, whatever? I don't know. I have I've seen some evidence of that, but I've not had a conversation with him about it. If you have, that's awesome.
A lot. Look, and in all fairness, I did like the only time Marte and gay came out of my mouth in the same sentence in a way like that. I
well,
said,
I'm not picking on you, Beth, please.
Well, I just still want to be clear. I want to be very clear about my words.
Right.
Dude. Because I said what I saw looked gay. And I said that for the first time in the last like 3 days. And that was it.
I wasn't picking on you, Beth. I really wasn't. And I don't want you to take it that way. I'm just saying that, all of this stuff is,
Don't back down, Beth. You did call him gay, okay?
And you know what?
You did say he's pretty gay. And I
right, like
just say it. It's fine.
On the other side of this, I think Marte, and maybe it's just because of how many people have been doing it or whatever. I think Marte's like super thin-skinned about it. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. It's an observation. It's probably not the truth, but I just literally saying to a grown man that he's gay when he says, no, I'm not gay.
I take his
That's
word.
pretty rough. I'm not saying you did, Beth. I realize that you just happen to be here while like nobody else is here.
Well, I mean, like even as a Christian, it's like, I want to be, I don't seek out Marte to start shit with him.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I gotta address my chat. Give me 1 sec. Kel, no, tomorrow night would have been debate night. However, tomorrow night I will be in Gatlinburg with my wife and family, and so I will not be streaming. Matter of fact, I wasn't going to stream tonight, but I was asked politely to join in on something, which I'm expecting anytime here soon. And I just happened to jump on this panel because it's interesting, and I'm very interested because I'm not up on all this. You guys, I don't live online. I don't watch a ton of other people's stuff. I barely watch my own shit. So, and so I was just really curious because I've been listening for the last 2 hours, I guess it's been, at all of this stuff about Marte, and I'm like, I will agree 100%. I think Marte comes across as arrogant sometimes. I think he's stubborn. I think that he's opinionated, and I think that he says some things in a way that makes me believe that he may not really understand what he's talking about. But that same thing can be said for anybody, including myself at times. So I don't really have I don't have any problem at all with Marte beyond I guess my only real issue with Marte is he has a lot of pride to the point where when given feedback, he doesn't take it. That's my only problem. Because I think that all men, I don't give a shit how good you think you are. If someone offers you feedback, you should take it. For an example, I myself, I'm a fairly competent shooter. Last week I had Keita Bussey on, and we were talking about the draw. And I've worked on my draw for years, and I have a very, very fast draw. And she gave a couple of pointers. And at the time, when I went back and kind of watched it as I'm editing it, it looks like I'm pushing back on it, and I am. But what I'm really doing is I'm feeling out to see how much conviction she has in this, and I have started to implement some of the things that she said do. I don't believe that Marte does that. I think Marte, unless he really, really respects you, right? And one of the things I think that a lot of men in this space do is they forget that respect is earned, not given, and beyond basic courtesy. So, and I'm not accusing him of that. I'm just saying that a lot of men forget that.
And that's my thing, right? Is it's like, okay, if you're gonna keep hitting me, I'm gonna hit you back.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm not gonna sit here and take another smack.
Sure.
It's just simple.
Yep. I got to read a super chat. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I don't have any way of muting myself over here when I have it full screen. So you guys
go ahead.
Brother, just read it out. If you get them, read it out.
All right. I got $10 from Halong Nate. I just opened it up to get up to Grid describing someone and was going to ask why I was even involved in the conversation until I heard Marte, but that puts me in good company. Gotcha. I didn't realize I brought you up, but okay.
I mean, one of the reasons I jumped on too was just
much.
basically I heard all this, right, and all of a sudden it jumped into Marte. I left and went to take my kids to piano. An hour and a half later, I come back and we're still talking about Marte
and gay.
What's that?
Well, that's what Emmett wanted.
I went and picked my kid up from school. I left. You were talking about Marte being gay. I got back. You were talking about Marte being gay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I came back. I'm like, you guys are still talking about Marte
being black hole.
That's a long dick. I got to be honest with you.
I mean, when you get on here and say, go out and find a picture of me with a dick in my mouth.
This is the definition of the prompt. The prompt being the influence, right? So all of us are trying to influence. I actually talked about how I'm a friend with Marte. We've disagreed before. Mm-hmm. I keep on trying to bring it back to like Sarah and Andrew and the black bars over there and going into how we present false narratives. The rest of the panel keeps on bringing it back to Marte. Keeps on bringing it back to Marte.
It's right? Like a big gaping black hole.
Panel knows he has admitted it, but he can't run away from it because everybody on this panel will not let him run away from it. You got and now if we let him run away from that, we can actually listen to what Grid said. Yes, he can be arrogant. Now we can actually start critiquing his debate style. We can critique what he says. We can put that on the backside because he's taken accountability for that. Regardless if it was pissing on a turd, whether it was gay, whether it was not gay, does not matter. Let's not critique the gayness of his past. Let's critique what he's doing today.
I don't even care if Marte is gay. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter.
Gentlemen,
don't critique the gayness of his past. Critique the gayness of his future. I get you.
I agree with you completely, Vibe. And that's the thing is just fucking the day before yesterday, he was challenging me to go find video of him with a cock in his mouth. I don't want to watch your fucking content anymore. Stop it. I didn't want to watch it to begin with.
Okay. So, Beth, maybe it's not the best phrasing, but he's basically trying. I mean, if you just try to put yourself in his mind for a second, he's like, I never put a dick in my mouth. Go prove me wrong because I want to put this behind me. But you're like, now you're using that against him. You're going, you asked me to find gay, right?
He
and you're
brings it up all the time. Nobody will even be talking about him and he brings it up.
Because he wants to put it in the past, but nobody will let him do that.
Nobody will even be talking about him when he does it.
Hey, can you bring that? I'm sorry, I was looking at my phone. Can you bring that last back up?
And I'm sorry, Beth. I mean, if someone's online, I'm going to say, find proof. Find me being a PDF online. That doesn't mean I'm promoting it. It means if you really think I'm wrong, like find the evidence, prove me wrong. Like I just want to move past this.
Again,
doesn't mean I did it. It just means I'm saying, yes, you can't find it.
Even on Grids, okay, on last weekend on his debate show, he came on and the first thing he did was, Marilyn, why are you calling me sus? Show me, prove it, bring it up, show us the proof. And it's like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, all right, so fair enough. Hold on, fair enough. I just can't take much more of this because I'll get really I'll get really aggravated with it. Because it really seems like it's like a lot of bullshit about nothing. So here's the thing. I really agree that, again, I think that there are character traits about Marte that some people will not like, and that's totally fine. I do believe that, maybe it's gone too far and he feels very defensive. But if that is in fact the case, I mean, he's got the videos, he's got the clips, and he's got everything else that you guys put up harassing him. And you may find it funny, right? And I'm certain a lot of people did, but maybe that wasn't the best thing to do when you don't know someone, right? When they're not part of your clique. Like I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm positive Dusty's got some really good videos of me being stupid, and that's fine. I don't really care. But it may not be the best thing to do because you don't know how people are going to handle this stuff online. And I'm not saying Marte's right or wrong. And matter of fact, I think that the way Marte has handled this has not been the best. It's not the way I would have handled it. It's not the way I think a lot of people. Yeah, I am an e-girl wrangler, certified or e-girl wrangler. I'm quite talented in that regard. None
solid gold chariot
abused while I'm around. They are safe. But yes, at any rate, I don't know. I feel like that, constantly returning the subject to one person is kind of bullshit.
Well, I mean,
the man last night claimed he only.
Wait. Go ahead. Finish, Grid. Finish.
Oh, I'm just saying, I'm not taking up. I'm not taking up for Marte. Marte's a grown-ass man. He can fight his own fights. I will tell him. He and I had to have a serious conversation about what he did on my show, and he manned up and he took accountability for it.
Bullshit.
Did he apologize to Marilyn?
To Marilyn?
Or no, you're talking about Grok. My bad. Right?
I'm very confused. Yeah. He apologized to everybody. He came on the show and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I did something stupid."
No, they're talking about Marilyn because they think that
I wasn't sure
Marte
if you're
asking
talking about Marilyn or Grid. My bad.
Because they think that Marte asking Marilyn, "Hey, why are you calling me sus? Why are you calling me gay?" Night? Yeah, that's some kind of abuse in their eyes. Just letting you know.
I was actually going to say, don't y'all think that Sarah went through the same shit?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Hold on.
What shit?
When was the last time Andrew made a clip about Sarah? Was it Christmas? Before Christmas?
The trash talk you're talking? That was Christmas.
No. Sorry.
And before that, it was the stream about her, and that was it.
Yeah, I think you guys don't have a leg to stand on that shit.
Oh yeah, yes, anybody does.
No,
if you're gonna say Marte,
if you talk shit and somebody else talks shit back, and you talk shit and they talk shit back, and then you keep talking shit and they don't talk shit, and they're just like, yeah, this is done. The gag's run its course. So I'm moving on. Then you were fucking wrong for continuing to talk shit, and I'm not gonna think you're a good person.
But Marte has kept talking shit about Sarah. He literally attacked Sarah on your
That's not
panel.
what you just said. What you just said was Andrew talking shit, not Marte. Marte can talk shit about whoever he wants.
That is not what I said. I like
what you guys just said.
No,
I said, don't you think that Sarah went through the same thing? Were my exact words.
Yeah.
No, I don't think she did, because Andrew only did like 2 streams about it, maybe 3. An argument can be made for 3.
Just like I'm not Dusty, I'm not 10th Man, right?
Yeah.
And the people that attack Sarah and talk shit on Sarah, we're not Andrew, we're not you. There's reverberations that happen.
Sure.
It is still going on. I just saw it in a stream.
But Andrew does not make comments about Sarah. If other people do that, that's irrelevant. You're specifically talking about you guys,
the factionalism,
the faction of people who started out making, trying to literally going after Marte, literally planning and plotting to go after a human being, which, by the way, fairly despicable behavior, to be honest with you. And I find it actually really disgusting now that I think about it out loud and say that.
Going after him?
Yeah, actually, no, hold on. You didn't sit in a panel and say shit about Marte and how you should, call him gay, and you didn't sit there with 10th Man calling him gay and all of that kind of shit. You didn't do that.
I said what he did looks gay. What he did looks gay.
I'm not saying that you said it. Did you sit there and listen in on it while they were doing it? Did you ever say, "Yeah, you guys shouldn't do this"? You shouldn't do this.
I have defended Marte in the past. It's kind of hard to defend when he's smacking his ass and saying, "I'm going to make."
That's what this whole panel was about, talking about narrative manipulation. Yeah. Just because a lot of shit got outed doesn't mean I'm okay with narrative manipulation, even against people that I don't like.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm really. I don't know. So I'm not really sure why. And again.
So then you would be responsible. So then you would also be responsible for the guys talking about Marilyn and what she does.
All right, hold on. Wait. Money talk. Money talk.
Yeah,
money talk. Emmett watching Marte's vid would not be gay because Emmett is a butch lesbian. If the video was for people like Emmett, it would not be gay.
I just want to say one thing. Fuck you, academics.
that actually was that neared comedy. Is really close.
It's close.
Really close to comedy.
It does look good.
So, but hold on. So I agree with you. You know, OG man, I agree with you about the narrative manipulation, right? Like, and you know, there's a lot of things here that we could talk about narrative manipulation. So are you accusing Marte of narrative manipulation? Or are you claiming he's a victim of narrative manipulation?
Oh, he's definitely a victim. You should have paid attention at the beginning. He's definitely a victim. He's definitely a victim. Okay, he's definitely a victim.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand all this stuff, right? Like,
OG was sent a bunch of pictures of another guy saying that he was supposed to be Marte, apparently. So
you were what?
Somebody inundated my Discord with gay sex and gay porn, saying that it was Marte.
Oh, that's gay.
And some of them were Marte, but none of the actual penetration from what I sent Sarah is Marte. So
I guess the real question is, why do you guys all care so much?
I don't, and I've said it a million times. I don't, which is why.
Except that every single time I go into any of your streams, it's about it. Every time.
Really? First off, I'm a content creator. I like talking. I like hanging with a lot of you guys. Some of you guys I don't like, but I like hanging with the vast majority of y'all, no matter what side you're on. And he was literally only an
dive into another stream, guys. He at 8. Wait.
I'm on a crusade against libertarians. That's my crusade.
I can jump in whatever I like. So that's an open invitation just for me to fucking lollygag. And
what?
I have to be honest. I mean, look, I think Marte is a good dude at his base. I think he needs to learn about the space a little more. I think he's in it. I honestly believe, and I've seen this with other people that come into, especially from competitive fields. They, they're just hypersensitive to a bunch of different shit. So,
well, Grid, also, this brings up something.
That's actually, I didn't see that, but I heard about this.
Well, not only did that happen, but then last night, because I was on Flows, Marte then said, well, haven't you been arrested for multiple hate crimes, OG? Aren't you evil, racist? And I'm like, well, I'm racist, not evil. But, I mean, like...
Aren't we all a little tiny bit?
That's the only reason why I like coming to this stream is because he's my boy.
Is he racist as you are? Is he racist against brown people like you are, though, Emmett?
Emmett's one of the good ones.
I am racist against. I'm the most racist against Mexicans that you ever met. Okay, fucking read.
That's why we get along so well. That's why
I'm still saying that you guys are spending too much money sending things to Ukraine for target practice when you could just be doing it in the southern border. Okay, it would be way cheaper and it would be way easier.
Yeah, that would be easier. So I'm gonna. I like this conversation. I do think that I think Marte catches a lot of strays just because he's kind of an easy target at this point. And
he's also black.
Hold on, Grid. Yes,
yeah, man.
That is also this is Grid. Don't you catch the flack when you're over target?
Certainly. Look, I'm not sweeping for Marte at all. So Marte said some things that I'm like, oof, I wouldn't have said that. But that doesn't make me like him less, right? What's that? Marte, glad Dusty came on because now I can anchor.
Hey, Flowstein.
I didn't feel like I could leave because this is because there's no anchor here. But now we got Dusty in here. He's got it. What's up, man? Did you get your hat?
I think.
No, not yet.
Oh, I think it's supposed to be the 16th, Monday.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for my
get it. So what are we talking about? What are we doing here?
How's
everybody doing?
Talking about Marte.
I'm waiting for my mug.
Did you?
Mostly, I'm mogging on everybody in my cool vest, my collared shirt.
Did you guys catch the moment when OG's soul left his body?
Well, no, I didn't. What moment was that?
That was pretty.
They
epic.
sent me they sent me the gay porn. I was like, no, what the fuck? And
it was pretty bad.
By the way, I went to get grab my dinner, right? And my homie's dad looks at me. He goes, all that no means yes. And I'm like, first off, you don't know the context of why that's very funny.
You don't know what I have seen.
No, bro, I told them I was gonna send them everything I got sent. My homie looks at me, he points, he goes, don't you fucking dare.
I used to have him as a friend on Discord. He's no longer a friend on Discord. Sorry, OG.
Damn.
Bandit 48. This is not my open panel, and I'm actually not going to be on here another minute or so. This is over on OG's side. If you want to jump on there, I'm sure he'll have room for you.
If you want to post a link in your chat, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. So
I do want to be clear, and especially now that Dusty's here and can back me up on this.
Back you up on what?
This is not like this idea that we're just out to bully Marte and to make shit.
Dusty, are you out to bully Marte?
Yes, he
probably.
is.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so
that's the point.
Look, hold on.
I agree with you, by the way. I think it's fine.
Ask me why.
Bullies are based.
Ask me why.
Wait. Before we get to that, I have to play this for Grid. This is the moment that I ascended to heaven.
I will say it. Say you got it. You say it, and I will leave the panel.
Whoa!
say it, and I will leave the fucking panel, and you all got the fucking W's. Okay.
Are you okay, OG?
No! Oh my God, no! There's Marte balls dude's ass right now. Somebody
What?
Discord. No!
What?
OG, look at the link I just tagged you in.
And for the record, I looked at it.
Wait. What did you say, Dusty?
I just tagged you in something. You should look at that.
That was so good.
We actually defended Marte and said we don't think that's Marte.
Okay. I am out to bully Marte now. But I only speak for myself. I honestly don't think anybody else is. And I didn't start out this way. Marte, little Marte Streisand cannot stop being obnoxious, holier than thou, lying out his ass constantly. The dude has the worst character of anybody I've ever seen. I can't imagine anybody he's handled this so poorly. I honestly think he's gay and this is foreplay and everybody's falling for it.
All right, so I mean, in my personal opinion,
wait, everybody that includes you.
Hold on, I got another.
I've been trying to move this conversation.
Money talks. Grizz got a super chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry guys. $5 comes in from How Long Nate. It is way too emotional up in here. Nobody can let anything go because someone's feelings got hurt when someone talks shit. I mean, their feelings are feelings, baby.
Not
I agree with that.
Yeah, feelings are feelings, baby.
I always like the topic of this conversation. I
have a whole other stream of shit talk to go do. So,
God damn, such poor form Grid.
I know, but I gotta go shit talk on somebody. Look, I was gonna dip out earlier. I was just waiting until you got here to hold it down. So now I got.
All right, well, thank God you can go do your stream now, not covert advertising.
I literally asked an hour ago, or not an hour ago, I think 20 minutes ago, if I could restream. OG said cool. So that I have to go be on another stream.
You don't owe me an explanation.
Yeah, I don't actually. Thank you. I do, however, owe you a hat, which you'll get Monday.
Amen.
So, all right. See ya. Wouldn't want to be you. Wait, how do I close out of this here? There we go.
Good to see you. Lord will do it. Jesus, take.
Woo! All right. Let's go do something cool here. There we go. Once more into the breach, gentlemen. Whoa! We don't want that one in there. I'm glad I checked that. Ooh, doggy. Metalhead. That's pretty cool. What's up, man? How are you? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I didn't. I don't watch football. I don't really care because I don't care anything about ball sports. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's weird. It's so many people get so like caught up in this sports ball or that sports ball, and I just don't care about it. So I'm trying to get this squared away. So yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Found out that she was black, they weren't particularly perturbed because I'd had a whole bevy of random hoes, as my wife says, and they were all of various persuasions. They were all Bond girls of one stripe or another. And so, when I said I was like dating a really cute chocolatey woman, they were like, par for the course for him. But when it got serious, they were starting to ask more serious questions like, well, does she put you before the tribe? Does she get touchy about the Obamas? Those kinds of questions. And, she passed all those tests with flying colors. She's more right wing than I am. So I don't know. It just kind of worked out that way.
Well, cool. So when I was young, and I don't believe that most parents would talk to their children like this, but my mom told me to date everybody. She's like, just date them, see what they're like, get to know them, if because you don't know what you like. You don't know what's going to be the thing for you, right? If all you ever date with is blondes, you might never get that brunette experience or that redhead activity, right? So
the phrasing.
Right. I mean,
have you ever tasted a ginger?
So my mom was like, don't get too serious. You're too young to be getting serious. Like, don't do anything stupid. But date whoever you want. Don't have actual relationships. She was very much against me having like girlfriends per se, right? Like going out a couple of times, no problem. And
just kind of giving you the sow your wild oats speech.
Not really. Like. No. The sow your wild oats thing. No, that's a whole other conversation. We don't need to get in it. This is just this is just hey, you don't always have to follow the crowd, right? And sure. So I pretty much did. Now I really didn't date too many black women just because I wasn't particularly, there weren't a lot that I was attracted to that also, found me attractive. So it's kind of a hit and a miss. But
missed each other.
Yeah. Asians. I dated several Asians and all many other flavors. And then of course when I got into college, I actually did have a type in college, which kind of changed once I kind of grew up a little bit more, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting to see. I'm a big fan of interracial dating because it just gives you more options. And if you both have the same faith, the same unifying beliefs and stuff, the same beliefs about like child rearing and everything. I know I talked to you about this once when we had our stream when we first met, but not to belabor the point, but you know, it doesn't really matter what the source is as long as you're actually attracted to each other and you want to stick it out. But you ended up with where's your wife from?
China. She's Chinese.
So very, very pretty Chinese lady, Z says. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
actually, yeah.
Like super pretty,
like super pretty, like Hollywood pretty, she says.
Yeah, actually, I think Zynga's saying that because my wife just got back a few weeks, almost a month ago now. From she did a right after Christmas into New Year's. She did she took my oldest son, and went to China for about 10 days or maybe 12 days, something like that. And they went to Shanghai, then to Beijing, then to Seoul, and then down into Tokyo. And
okay.
Then, so it's just a kind of a quick Asian tour, right?
Gotcha.
And when in Shanghai, there's this really famous hotel that a lot of that a movie or movie series or something like that was shot in. That you know that everybody has a everybody gets their picture taken there if they can afford it. But it's a very popular thing to have your picture taken there. And so my wife did, and then I actually posted it on my I've shown it on screen several times, so I can I think I can share this. I don't know why
so you got a little ding dong action going over there. So, well, it's just nice to see. And you know what, like the focus of this stream is to kind of encourage the youth that
America.
There's a lot of dark stuff happening, and we're not going to pretend. We're not going to mollycoddle you with it. We're gonna face the stuff head on. We're gonna show you what it is. That this is a big oligarchical, big picture kind of thing from the top down. Powers beyond your control, right?
Sure.
Big stuff, right? We're talking Epstein files level conspiracy here. Global South Initiative, replacing you demographically, the whole shebang. And what I'm trying to tell these young folks is, don't be angry and fixate on that, because one, it's going to destroy your life and it's going to soul suck you. And two, it might lead you to get a little rangry and start doing things that'll put you on a watch list. And three,
can you see that on my? Can you see that? I just put a picture up. Can you see that? I got. All right, hang on. I can figure that out. How do I do that?
and see outside of all of this stuff. And one of the things that you need to learn to see outside of is the demographic thing. But that only works, so the interracial thing only works if you have shared values.
Mm-hmm.
And I think personally, like having a shared faith is the most important thing. Now, you trying to share the photos down there?
That's the picture.
Well, bam, there she is.
Mm-hmm.
Very lovely.
Like,
and what was her name again?
That day. Her name is her English name is Belinda.
Okay.
Her
that is not
Chinese
her birth
name. Her Chinese name is different.
Okay. Yeah, she's lovely.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I know Z's a big fan. She likes a good photo.
Yeah. Well, this was like a professional photo shoot, and they took like 250 pictures or more that day.
So what would you say to the young aspiring Yahtzee Ute who's angry about everything that's happening, about Bad Bunny telling him that his people got to go and the global South has to replace him? Right. What would you say to that guy to help him find his Belinda, to find some peace in this craziness?
Yeah. So I think it's an interesting thing, right? Like, I would have to go back to, I think that in today's, in today's world, I see this has to go one of two ways. So either you come up together, you go to grade school, middle school, high school, you get out of high school, 2 weeks out of high school, like half my, or 3/4 probably of my graduating class, you get married 2 weeks out of high school, right? You graduate, you get married. and then you move in together in a shitty little apartment, and you don't have any money, but you don't have any money together, and you're not used to having any money because you were teenagers, you're 18, 19, whatever, and then you go to college, and you work your way through college together, and you understand at that point you still have a family value, you still have the idea of a family dynamic because you just left your family to form a new one, and you somehow survive. Maybe becoming a blue collar. Maybe the guy goes out and becomes a construction worker, blue collar guy, or whatever, and the girl goes to college and does that, or whatever combination thereof. And they get through college and they start their life and they have a kid and maybe 2 kids and move on. And because they've suffered together, they're very willing to endure that together. Right. Mm-hmm. And I think as long as if that is, I think that is probably the best alternative, because at that way you have children born early in life, you can have larger families, and you can have you just have a higher you have a higher percentage chance of having what we would consider a normal American family, right? I think that's the best possible way to do it. Now,
so have kids young.
Yeah,
do it young.
Yeah,
marry young.
And stay married, right? And understand that what you're going to go through this, you're going to have fights. And it's easier when you've known somebody for 10 years to have that fight. And you've broken up 20 times in high school, and she threw your class ring across the cafeteria or whatever. But you've had all of that. You have a history that you can build on, right? And this is, I think, what a lot of the communities like Mormons and Amish, and those kids know each other since birth. And so when they have a disagreement, they know what that person's going to do, or they have an idea, right?
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't always work like that, right? Because, the dude can become a raging alcoholic. The girl can become just completely dissatisfied because she sees her single friends going out and getting a lot of money spent on them. It's not always perfect, but it can be, I think, the best potential for outcome, right?
Well, I tend to agree, and I think I know that you don't take it from a religious angle, because we've discussed that before. It's not a question, and I don't take it. I just don't talk about it in a religious aspect because I'm not qualified. Well, yeah, but meaning as far as belief goes, you didn't marry her young and have kids young with her as a result of your religious cultural upbringing, right? Z and I met later in life. We're old parents, but had we met younger, that would have been ideal. And so when I give advice to younger men, Gen Z men specifically, I always tell them, I'm like, don't do what I did and wait around. Have them young.
Yeah.
Do it while, her body is limber and can recover from childbirth, and she still has a lot of energy. And
you may not like my next point of view. So if it's the case that you don't get married young, right, and you haven't found that person, or maybe you were on trajectory, but you had a bunch of big fights and you went to different colleges or whatever. And, so in college, I was engaged twice in college years. The first time her mother passed away, she went nuts. Can't come back from that one. I don't care who you are. You're just not, she literally, everything from that 2 year long period of her life where her mother was in health was going bad. She just basically cut all of that out for at least, the time period that I was involved. And so she just checked out, done, not getting married.
That's rough.
You can't get around that one, brother. I don't care who you are. It just doesn't. Yeah. And then there's a, and then the second one, she had a near-death experience where she flipped her car in the rain, and she went off the rails. She dropped out of school. She got really involved in a church that I didn't particularly agree with, and started going on mission trips to
you know what? I remember this. You told me about this.
I told you about that. Right. Yeah. So after that, I was just like, yep, just not getting married. And so at that point I became I honestly felt I was destined to be that one uncle that never got married. the confirmed bachelor.
And so you were what, 21, 22
like
when this
20,
went down?
Yeah, it was 22, 20, almost 23. And then I started looking around and started kind of dating again. And all of the girls that were in my dating group were pretty terrible, right? The Chinese have a word for it. It's called leftover women.
Oof.
Because all of the desirable women, all the agreeable desirable women have been married. And these women are left over if they're, and so I thought that was hilarious, by the way, when I found that out. I thought that was
there's a term for Korean women too. It's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah. And
I forget
so
what it is.
Yeah. And so I decided that I just didn't want to deal with the baggage. Plus at the time I was starting to really I had to work on my career, and I was traveling a lot. And I think you and I discussed this. I was all over the country. I lived in hotels.
Living in hotels.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's just no way. And I did try to date during that period of time, but it's impossible to have a woman take you seriously when you're doing that. It's just impossible. Yeah. And so I decided that this was, and I've said this before, and and this is not tongue in cheek. I really felt like that God did not have it in his mind for me to be married. Like that just wasn't my destination, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I was okay with it. Like I just, all right, this is who I am, and this is where I'm going to be. And so, up until when I was 34. Late 33, early 34, I was at a point in my life where I had made it. I was getting ready to start my own business after working for people for a long time. I had, I knew that I had basically a lot of room to move. And at that point, and I think that most young men, if you're not married by the time you're 23, you need to consider this trajectory, and that is have limited engagement with women until you're in your 30s. Because it's very difficult to do the things you have to do and make the decisions you need to make to be successful when you have to support somebody else, when you have to convince somebody else that what you're doing is the right thing to do. And I lost many girlfriends because I would be at the track and I'd be like, hey, I've got to go, I'm working this weekend. Where are you working? Well, I'm at Road Atlanta this weekend. Oh, you're a racetrack? Yeah. And so in their head, I'm going to the strip club. I'm hanging out with a bunch of beautiful women around a bunch of race cars. And the reality is I'm sweating my balls off, rolling around in hot gear oil. And I smell like I haven't bathed in 3 days because I haven't even been to the hotel other than to check in, and I've been at the track the whole time. So the reality versus the perception factor is off the scale, and I think that's the case in most men's lives. If you're a businessman and let's just say you're a mid-level guy, you're 25 and you've made it, you've shown some promise and you've been promoted up to like an account manager or a program manager or a project manager, something like that. Mid-level but easily disposable, and know that you need to shine. Right. Like you got to make things happen. And they call you up and say, hey, I need you in Tucson for a week. And if you have to go home and tell your significant other that, hey, I'm going to be in Tucson for a week, and it could be 2 weeks at this point, I don't know. And she looks at you and says,
yeah,
I'm going to leave me all alone.
It's a challenge. It really is. And, I used to have a different opinion that was a little more in line with yours.
Yeah.
When I was younger, but after everything I've been through, especially everything I've been through with Z, and with our little family, I have a different opinion now. I understand why it would be tempting to give that advice, especially after you've been successful doing it that way, where it's like, maybe you should have all your ducks in a row to a certain extent, or at least have yourself in a position where you can afford or buy a house, or maybe financially things are a little bit more settled. You have some more wisdom. You've gotten you've gotten kind of the wild part of your life out of the way. Even if that's not necessarily like sowing your wild oats wild, maybe it's just your schedule is kind of wild.
Yeah.
You know, it's like dudes in the military, right?
Like, it's very, you've done it. I'm sure you've done those 80-hour weeks. I'm sure at some time where you've had to, or you've walked in on Friday and gotten fired. And
but what?
And like, what
literally, like, I'll tell you a great story about getting fired. I'll tell you what.
And the next thing you know, the only job you can find is halfway across the country. Well, that's easy if you're a single dude,
right?
That's like a no-brainer. Like, okay, I'm gonna put all my stuff in a storage unit. I'm getting my car and I'm driving. And if you have, but put a woman and a child into that, and all of a sudden, it's bad. I mean, now it's different if you're married. I shouldn't have said John. It's different if you're married. If you're married, that's the struggle you make together. Those are the decisions you make together.
Right.
But when you are dating, it is crazy hard. And the amount of weight that you carry, because if you're wrong there, you're never going to live it down. Right. If you, I had a friend just go through this where he was in one place in a country. They weren't really treating him well. He got offered a sweetheart, what he thought was a sweetheart of a job cross country. He moved him and his new wife over there. He gets there and the job is not as represented. They basically lied to him to get him over there.
Oh, I'm sure a recruiter would never lie to get a hire to do something they don't want to do.
Right. And so so he's in a new place. He's already moved. It took him about a week to find a suitable replacement job, or 2 weeks, but
works quick.
Well, fortunately he's skills, but but that's like the best case. Any other case, and it's like all of a sudden you've got a lot of stress. Now he's married, so it's not a big deal. But if he hadn't been married, it would have been a massive deal, I think, for most people. And
I tend to agree. Yeah, it's like so here's the question, right? Sure. If I'm talking to a young guy, like a younger version of my brother. My brother's getting towards his 30s, but like let's say I don't know, like a 24-year-old version. What do you tell them though? Practically, like I
literally tell people to, if you're in your 30s and you're looking at dating and and do not date any, don't even bother dating in your age range. Just forget it. Start about 10 years younger.
Date younger?
Date younger. Just start about 10 years younger. And don't date for looks. Don't date for, your criteria needs to be, this is somebody that I'm going to grow old with.
Right.
That needs to be the now that looks different for everyone else. I can't say, in my case, I knew what I needed. I needed a very strong woman that I wouldn't just be able to run over. Right. Cause I do that. I have a very strong personality, and,
you need to be able to fight me, woman.
Pushback. Yeah. My wife doesn't actually fight me per se, but she'll push back. And she's really good about asking questions that are like, that make you understand it. Maybe you haven't thought this through.
That's something my dad actually told my mom when they were young. It's like, and they were thinking about marriage. He's like, you have to be strong enough to stick to your guns and kind of fight me, because I like to argue.
Yeah. I love arguing. And, and so if it's,
the world knows, Greg, the world knows.
but my wife had to want children. My wife had to, she needed to want to be a wife, not married, not, living together. She needed to want to be a wife, and all of the things that means, right? Like being married is different than being a wife or being a husband. Right. And those two things are, and so I tell young men all the time that when you are going through that mate selection, because that's what you're really doing, right? When you're looking at this,
ideally,
this girl and that girl over there, and you're trying to decide, I've been on 2 dates with this girl and she is just so bad, but she's really pretty and she has money, and but you can just know that she's going to make your life a living hell at some point. It's not worth it.
You're like, oh, she's so hot, but she's so crazy.
Right. Yeah. Right. The crazy hot matrix. That's a real thing. That's a very real thing. Everybody should know that.
It is. You know, I have a slightly different take on this, and it's a bit more of a historical take. So I'm a classically educated guy. Yes, that was a brag. And that means I know a lot of old stuff. You know, the stuff that you used to have in your curriculum before the schools took it out because they wanted you to be a dum-dum.
Yeah.
And what that meant was, it's like, I got to see the fiction and the history and like the lifestyles of people from like, you know, the 17th century and stuff like that. And I'll tell you one thing, a lot of people suffered a lot of really evil stuff and a lot of really unfortunate circumstances beyond their control, but they did it as a family.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very standard for like, say like a soldier who fought in Waterloo to have a sweetheart with like 3 kids in some hovel somewhere back in France.
Mm-hmm.
And she just signed up for it knowing like, I married a soldier. This is what you get. You know what I mean? You beg for bread on the corner in the winter so that your 3 kids get fed. And maybe you save up a little extra working in the shop or whatever so that you guys can have some meat on Christmas. And God forbid your husband get blown apart by a cannon, but you love him and you're loyal to him and you go to church and you pray for his soul. And that was life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not trying to say that to freak people out and be like, oh my God, is that all there is? What I'm trying to tell you is your life is a lot better now. You have it a lot better than those people did. And those people still made marriage work. And so what I'm trying to encourage people to say is like, look, it doesn't have to be that bleak. It ain't gonna have to be the Waterloo example bleak, but you got to go into these relationships knowing what you're getting into. This is not about making you happy. It's not about marital bliss. It's about finding the person that you want to help you save your soul, because that's what marriage is to us as the Orthodox. It's a salvific sacrament. Zynga is necessary for my salvation and vice versa. And being loyal to one another and helping each other through all of life's vicissitudes with, you know, a stiff upper lip and a stiff spine is kind of in the job description. So, hey Mo, how we doing?
What's going on? It looks like I missed the conversation about you know, dudes being in tight spandex and playing with balls and sweating all over each other.
I was gonna say we'll get back to that to the sports ball, but I want to hear Grid's answer to what I just said real quick, and we'll get you going.
I really like that. And I actually, so earlier today, I was listening to Andrew debate this. I don't know if he's red pill or whatever, but you know, this dude that's like marriage is
anti-marriage dude,
anti-marriage guy, right? I was listening to that while I was working in my garage, and I'm sitting there listening to this moron talk about how, you know, people aren't satisfied in their relationships, or they don't have, I forget what the word he used, but you know, and I'm like, I was like, I remember, and you may be able to remember this too, but I remember growing up that I knew people whose grandparents didn't sleep in the same room and hadn't for years, but they still cared for each other. They were still family. They still honored their obligation, and they took care of they were grandma and grandpa, right? Like there was not even an idea of getting a divorce or moving on or having an affair or anything like that. And this is
just on Fridays and Wednesdays.
So this is my you know, this will sound really weird maybe, but I don't know. Sex is the least important part of my relationship.
Oh, all the young people just tuned out.
I know, right? Yeah, I just dropped, right? But it's the least important part because it's the least meaningful to me, right? Like my wife being there when because I've actually never been hurt really badly, but if I were to get hurt really badly, my wife being there for me would be something that would be meaningful, right? Her bearing 2 children for me. Right.
Yeah. That's something, meaningful, man.
Right.
That's something.
That's everything. Her being there to listen to me just talk about nonsense, although my wife has no patience for nonsense. So I don't get to talk a lot of nonsense. You understand?
That's before because I'm sure you could talk a lot of nonsense if you didn't have a Chinese woman there to rein you in.
Any sense? You need to do it this way, or hey, I don't understand what you're talking about, but it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. So you need to go read this, or go find some information, or whatever. And it was so I'm very, and it's something that one of my friends used to say. You know, he's like this. this something this true desire or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I mean that matters in mate selection, but after that, it's like what matters is that we have a commitment.
Yeah,
we have I stood before God and swore that this is my woman.
And that's pretty much it, man. It's like taking it back to the old school paradigm. Even if you aren't necessarily religious yourself, people used to abide by religious principles, especially when it came to things like marriage, which they considered to be a sacred obligation.
Yeah.
They didn't even have to believe in Jesus. They'd still cross themselves and all that just out of obligation, but they still abided by the rules, and society was better for it. Hey, Mo, we want to get you up to speed, man, and introduce you to the audience, obviously, but we have been talking about primarily on tonight's stream the midwit factory that is the NFL and the Global South Initiative, and how all of our bread and circuses are just contrivances designed to distract our attention and to steal our focus and to make us slaves. And this, of course, led into, well, what do we tell the young people? Instead of attending the bread and circuses, my prescription is, find the church. Find real meaning. Don't play their game. Don't participate. Don't give them your hard-earned cash and money. And this led, of course, into interracial marriage and what we're talking about now.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. I mean, it's the modern day gladiatorial arena, right? It's
Right.
sit there to keep the public amused, and while the government can do basically whatever they want behind the scenes.
And that was something I didn't really get into too much, but I wanted to get other men's input on this. I mean, isn't it just an analog for war, just a safe, fluffy way for us to like pit people into the gladiatorial arena and have them bang into each other real hard without any real consequences?
Well, yeah, a lot of entertainment is based around that. I guess the lust for battle that men kind of inherently have, an outlet for that to see. I mean, you even see that in video games, right? Even video games, competitive video games, is a way to express violence on each other in a competitive arena without anyone getting hurt, which kind of sates that kind of lust there, right? Go ahead, Gert. What do you got?
Oh, I was going to say, I go out and I shoot matches like almost every weekend. So I have a unique viewpoint on this, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so there's a lot of things in modernity that they use or is an outlet for that. And I do think you can get lost in the weeds with it. Going to the football example, obviously I'm not a football watcher or enjoyer or whatever you want to call it. Now, back in the day, as I say, when I was in Louisiana, the college football was a big scene, and the tailgating was a big thing. And so I did that a good bit, but that was more just for community and hanging out with other people. The moment I moved to Vegas, all that shit went away. I never watched another game. I never kept up with the football. I just could care less. So for me, I didn't even watch the whole, halftime show or the Bad Bunny or anything. But let me take the other approach for a moment here. Let's say I am just the average blue collar worker, beer enjoyer. I get off from the oil rig, whatever. I come home. I consider myself a patriot, and I turn on my all-American football game that I love so much. And then I see a guy on there and like dancing around, fruity, singing in a corn maze in another language. Yeah, I can see how that would piss me off a little bit, right? I can see how that would... Sugar cane, you bigot. Whatever. Sugar cane, corn maze, whatever. And by the way, I saw, I didn't watch it, like I said, but I did see clips of, the people there. It was to the detriment of the people watching, too. All they saw was a giant, maze field. They didn't see what the hell was going on. It was simply for the
cameras.
At home. So it was a very, they were pushing a narrative, obviously. They especially in the current political climate, right? I mean, it's clear to me. So yeah, I can see how that would be annoying.
Well, the thing I made a point about earlier is I'm like, you don't even need to be all that plugged in. Like, I've been hyper plugged into the culture war for 10 years. And so I probably know way too much about it. But even if you're just some schlub who doesn't pay attention, like Normie Norm, and you come in and you watch this show, something is happening that's adversarial. You feel it in your gut. You're like, these people hate me. You wouldn't phrase it that way necessarily to yourself, but you're like, why are they doing this? This isn't for me.
Right.
And it's like Normie Norm got off the oil rig, you know, his whatever 4 months out doing his rig work, making that sweet rig money. I was just watching a video about that today. I'm like, maybe I should work on a rig. But then he comes in.
They make bank.
He comes in and he's like, I want to enjoy my American pastime, and I want to enjoy it with a good old American lager and a slice of pizza and some good friends. And what the hell is happening on the screen?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, exactly.
It's like, why are they waving all these flags that aren't mine? What's happening here?
Yeah, it's kind of nutty.
Why is it all in Spanish?
Right, I can't understand it. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch it.
No,
it just makes me sad because it's so blatantly obvious what they're trying to say to people. It's basically like, you're the past, you're done, get over it. We're the demographic now, and we're taking our country.
The problem is that here's a problem with especially the Gen Z guys doing this, right? Is you have the Gen Alpha guys coming right behind them, right? And like my son is 15, and he's pretty much, I think he's considered a Gen Alpha. And I've never seen a more conservative group of kids. Like
God willing,
they are completely anti-woke. They look at people like Billie Eilish as like the same way that the Billie Eilish kids looked at us, right? like we're just weirdos. And and they're, you know, and so it's awesome, man. It's just an awesome thing to watch. And I really think that Gen Z is actually basic. I mean, because I don't think that they're going to reproduce on a large level. I think they're making themselves irrelevant. I really do. I don't think they're going to have the voting power, right? Because you know, or not Gen Z, pardon me. So I'm actually I'm Gen X. So
well, I've heard the proposition from like Tim Pool where he's made the point multiple times that the left is basically not breeding. So like those points of view, those extremist points of view on the left, they're not propagating long term because they're not taking like the Islam approach of like breed and surge and overwhelm them with sheer numbers. They're kind of like all of their ideology is a death cult. So they just tend to whittle away at their own numbers, you know, whether it's with unaliving oneself at record rates due to mental illness or other things. You know, ideologies that put you in danger, ideologies where it, you know, body positivity and acceptance, where you do risky health things that cause detrimental health effects early. So it's like their entire ethos is basically like, do what's thou wilt, as the Satanists might say, and lead yourself to an early grave. And so, and since they're not breeding, it's like, give it a couple of generations and there just won't be a hard left.
Well, yeah, sure.
Do you think there's any merit? Do you think there's any merit to that?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of merit to it. I also think that you have Gen Xers like me, you have the older millennials, and then the older Gen Z that will all pretty much hate the idea of socialism and all of this, right? It's only this like younger subset of Gen Z, Gen Y, whatever you want to call them, that is this weird socialist, woke, everything goes, hate everybody, reformat the country, all that. It's only the you know, kind of that group that seems to be kind of the problem right now. And but the problem is I just don't think there's enough of them to move the needle voting wise, as long as, you know, you have the other groups there. And and they can't convince anybody of anything because nobody takes them seriously.
Well, to your point earlier, it is interesting for me to see the new Kids on the Block scenario, right, where they're coming up and they're really taking on that more conservative mindset. Yeah, it's like it's the new counterculture. So in the 90s, it was like the skater, you know, type guys, you know, fighting the man and the corporations, and
that was me.
And now it's well, no, we're fighting the woke mind virus, right? That they are seeing unfold in real time, that they're just sick of having shoved down their throat. Because unfortunately, for the woke side, they made in my opinion, the mistake of trying to infect the gaming community. And once that happened, you have a whole generation of guys and girls looking at this going, we hate this. This is nonsense. We don't want this. And then it gets more and more and more. And everywhere they look, it's just more and more of this mind virus they're trying to force on them. And
well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, Mo, because that's a good point. Because like a lot of people underestimate the sheer cultural cachet and power that came with the Gamergate controversy. Like, you don't even have to have played video games to have felt the ripples and the earthquake and the aftershocks, I should say, of what happened there culturally. Because it was essentially, without rehashing the whole thing, you know, it was essentially the first time that the hardcore leftist interlopers who were infiltrating institutions, whether it was academia, religion, media, basically got caught out with their hands in the cookie jar, got called out to their face, and were insulted in such a way that they were actually humiliated and had to back off a little bit. And it was the first real cultural victory that the non-left, whatever you want to call that, because they weren't really organized in the same way. It was just kind of a coalition of people who just didn't like leftist stuff. It was the first time the left really suffered a major blow. Do you think that's an accurate interpretation of it?
I think so, yeah. And it's you talk to these young guys, and it's funny how many of them know what BlackRock is, right?
Right.
Because BlackRock is injecting money into these production companies for these games, where essentially they don't even have to really make a profit as long as they inject the woke mind virus in their games. And so it's really woken up a lot of the kids of kind of what's really going on and who's funding this and who's, pushing this narrative. It's basically involved a whole demographic in a war they wanted nothing to do with, but it's forced upon them. So now they're, they have something to say about it.
And that's why I'm trying to give them solutions. Yeah, we'll go to you next, Grit. I can see you.
Well, I mean, so yeah, I agree with all of that. I think but I will say that the problem is the younger Gen Zers or whatever we're calling them.
Yeah, they went. I lose track of where the names in to begin.
Yeah. They kind of went too far, right? Because they have. They're the generation where they'll go along with being told that they can't afford to buy a house or they can't afford to do this or can't afford to do that, because it removes the responsibility of them having to go out and do the things it takes to do that, right? And they'll say, well, when my parents were young, they could afford this house. Well, no, your parents couldn't afford that house until they were in their 30s because they had to save up a down payment. And they weren't even at 23. They weren't even thinking about buying a house, right? Unless their parents helped, right? And so, but they have this idea because they're being told by these. And this is where I think Gen Alpha and Gen Z diverge. Gen Alpha looks at the things that they see online with a lot of skepticism because they just don't buy it. Gen Z lives by what they see online. I
think it can go both ways.
Gospel. They take it.
I think
as gospel.
Like I see your point, but I think it goes both ways. Like my brother is a Gen Z. Like I think he's an older Gen Z to an extent.
Older Gen Z are almost their own creature.
Yeah, because he was raised at a weird conversion of technology. Like I think I mentioned this to you. Like you and I grew up where we still had rotary phones in some people's houses, right. And then we got the internet, and then we got cable, and then we got satellite. And like we saw this weird, crazy fast evolution of technology. Whereas my brother was like the first generation to grow up with the internet from babyhood,
right,
from infancy, and so he was always on a screen. And so he was like the prototype for that. And so he has a savvy and an ability to parse information that I envy. Like I like to, not to blow my own horn, but I think I'm really good at parsing info very quickly and discerning stuff. The kid is like 5 times faster than I am at it, and he knows 5 times as much. And it's because while I have like 3 screens right now with all this information up, I've had to acquire this ability in like the last 10 years of my life. He's done this since birth almost. And so the dude was like a 9/11 truther before it was cool, and it's like this 15-year-old kid who's like, those buildings, like Tower 9, and I'm just like, okay. Like, even I thought it was too wild, and now I'm like,
Sure.
And so, like,
Whoa,
I think
that's
that
anti-Semitic. Cool it.
comment with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Yeah.
Listen, wall kissers. But the point I was trying to make here is that I think that there are exceptions to that rule, and I think that because these kids have grown up becoming really proficient at parsing information, and they all kind of have a little bit of the tism, probably because they've all been jacked to the hilt with injections. I think that it's a unique storm of brewing where you've got all these tismed out kids who are kind of smart. They know how to parse information. They've grown up in the digital age. They know kind of how to find BS and how to parse their sources based on biases and things like that. And I think it makes like the perfect blend of a demographic who is like pissed off, they're being displaced, they're super smart, they're really good at parsing information, they know when they're being lied to and how to manipulate information and how disinfo works, and they've seen too much, so they're real bitter, and they are just like dying for purpose. If you give them like a general and a direction, like they're not going to march, they're going to reshape the world in a scary way. And so I'm always really worried about what happens if that gets put in a negative direction.
Well, I mean, okay, but I mean, understand that like Goths are now based in Cynic, right? Like, think about that for a minute. Like, think about how like Goth chicks are now like adult. Like that's like they like make reasonable decisions.
They're like fat wine moms now.
But I mean, even new Goth girls, it's like they've evolved from like these ditzy like half brains to
Hot Topic chicks.
They're Hot Topic. You're right. Yeah, Hot Topic. Yeah, they've evolved from that to now they're like they know stuff and they're cynical and they look at the world in a they have like real world views and not just life sucks. And so it's I think that it's always an evolution. I don't disagree with you. I think that the problem is that like my son's generation doesn't buy into any of the nonsense about that he's being and his, now I say his generation, my son and all of his friends and all of the people that I interact with that are in his age group are very similar in the fact that they don't buy into the give up theory that maybe their older brother or sister do, right? That are 21, 22, 23. They're not buying into that. They're not buying into the idea that just what's the point, right? Well, I won't say they're driven. They're sick of being told that everybody is gay or everybody is bi or everybody is trans or you just don't know or
right.
This is my truth. These are the kids who are saying, no, you're a dude. like they're the ones that are like, it's like watching it's like watching a reboot of the system. Like the system got so corrupt and now it's kind of rebooting. But it's not just that. I think that you have like the older Gen Z and millennials, which I kind of almost lump together. They have all of that. They were really the first generation to be raised on computers. They were the first generation to stay home and watch video games. And I remember doing LAN parties, but they like grew up doing LAN parties and doing all of this stuff. And I think the real difference is that somewhere along in there, some of the millennials and the younger Gen Zs, they've managed to buy into the idea that socialism is viable, that there is no God, and all it matters is just feeling okay right now. Like that's it. Like that's all that matters. And they've kind of to some degree given up. And
how much of that grid do you think is that generation that kind of was the transition generation going from, as you say, the rotary phones to the internet, was exposed to so much of that propaganda?
No, I think those guys are
things
fine.
like that.
I think it's the other guys. I think it's the other guys.
The later
go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is that the later generation, though, to your point, has a lot more information. They're more tech savvy. It's actually starting to be, I guess what I'm trying to say is the technology is actually starting to be more of a benefit than maybe a harm.
So I guess I would say that so let's just say that we start at rotary phone and we're down here, and then it kind of bumps up and we have like computers and dial up, and I remember that, and have to AOL free CDs and all that. And then you have the giant jump into Wi-Fi, and your cell phone can get internet and all of that sort of thing. And then what you actually end up happening is as far as happiness is, you have this drop off where these kids grew up with cell phones in their hands, at an early age, say 10, they would get a cell phone, right? And they had their parents had them on speed dial. They literally were watching Wi-Fi. They're watching their kids through cameras on Wi-Fi, and these kids had so much access to information, but the guardrails weren't on yet, right? So they could get into a lot of weird shit, and a lot of them did. And so that
I feel personally
I would say
attacked.
that morality, right? Like morality kind of sank, and it kind of like, so this is a newer Gen Z guy, like the younger Gen Z guys, right? And then Gen Alpha comes along, and Gen Alpha is like, they're raised on the same thing, but their level of technology is much higher. And we have, parental controls. We have kids, able to understand that, hey, kids are getting hurt, with too much of this information. I don't have to be trans. I don't have to be gay. I don't have to be bi. I don't have to be any of those things. I can just be a dude, and it's cool. You have a resurgence, and I'm looking here at the technology, but you also have a resurgence in culture, where in Gen Z it was all about this freedom of expression and weird ass clothing, and you had just a bunch of very poor fashion choices were the rote of the day. And now you see, like the most popular show for a couple of years was Peaky Blinders, which was 1920s and 30s.
Good show.
Dress, right? My son wears a suit to school every day.
Really?
Yeah. He I got a picture of him shooting. I think
my wedding was Peaky Blinders themed for the Gen.
No kidding.
Tell him to show pictures.
No, you got to have some pictures. The wife demands it.
If I have them, I'll throw them up. I think I've got pictures of him. No, that's not the one.
Well, while you're looking for that, I think it is interesting, kind of like how Jordan Peterson started this movement where, like the real young pre-Groyper crowd and kind of like the younger millennials. He had them wanting to dress up more, wanting them to be more traditional, more conservative, to take themselves more seriously with their dress and that sort of thing. And that was a big part of like his whole movement. But then when he turned out to be kind of a squish, they turned on him. And so now you have kind of this
horrible fall from grace.
You have like these angry Groypers and dissident right folks who are all like devouring their father, essentially, feeding on his remains.
He would have been fine if he just would have stayed in his lane, right? The moment he went over and tried to get into politics and all this other stuff, it just, I think that's where it went downhill for him.
I can agree with that. I think that, from my point of view, I really like Jordan Peterson, but I could tell he was out of his depth on a lot of subjects.
Yeah.
And see, if I don't know about something, I don't talk about it. And even if I do know about it, right? If I don't feel competent to talk about it, I don't talk about it. And I used
Well,
to have
it's
this
okay
saying
to
in my
talk
business.
about it, but he was actually trying to like instruct, like
Right.
you know,
Well,
guys should do
that's
this
what I
thing.
mean. So when I used to have a saying in my business, right, that if I told you I knew something, take that shit to the bank. It is 100% accurate. There's like, I promise you that information's as good as a check because I'm fucking right. If I told you I thought I was correct, then it's still like I'm 99% chance, but there's a list there. I have a small amount of doubt. And if I told you I didn't know, I probably did know, but I wasn't going to commit to anything because why would I? I don't like to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And
what burned me for Peterson, even though I was a big Peterson fan, I even did the whole like just focus on one thing for a year and put all your energy into that and see what happens. You know, like I did that. You know, I wrote a really bad fantasy novel, but the point is like, I lost faith in him for two reasons, very specifically. The dude clearly was getting transmissions from the Holy Spirit saying like, bro, you need to become a Christian. And he just refuses. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that really bothered me about him was, you know, he spends so much time talking about the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And yet he has never heard of the companion book talking about the tiny hat people.
He stays away from that later book.
And and that seems a little sus. And so somebody actually caught him on camera, which went viral, you know, at one of these little talks where the guy just asked him a very nice question. It wasn't like he was some raging Yahtzee, like in a stormtrooper outfit. He's just a young kid. He's like, I will provide you with this book if you haven't heard of it. And you see him just have like a mental breakdown on stage. Like, I can't, walking away and stuff. It's like, what's wrong with you? Yeah. Just say you haven't read it or it wasn't important to you or whatever. Like, but the fact he acted so sus about it is just like, yo, are they behind the curtains on the stage right now? Are they going to get you? Yeah. I was like, do the tiny hat people have your wife in a blender? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. And then not long after that, I think he joined the Daily Wire. So
what you have there, that's my son at shooting practice after school with his tie off and his jacket off, but you can still see he's got the vest, the watch chain.
Nice.
The whole deal.
My wife just had a movement within her ovaries. She's like, I love Asian babies so much.
Right. Yeah,
that's a cute guy.
Well, he grew really tall. He is now right at 6 foot and 190 pounds. And he's 15.
I'm over here wanting to.
Greg, are you a giant? Are you like?
I am not.
Like,
I'm
can
like
we not tell because you're sitting down?
5'11". Yeah,
I was gonna say, Greg, he's gonna peek over.
Oh, he's already
over the top.
He's already taller than me.
You know, it's good to see, man. It's good to see these guys being based and trad and traditional and you know, manly and that sort of thing. But you got to be honest, Grid. How representative do you think your son really is of Gen Z, though?
I think I see more and more Gen Z guys dressing well. Now, dressing well, not the strongest of indicators, but it's a better indicator than many things. And, you know, like, I mean, it's better than literally the, what am I trying to think of here? I can't think.
Hot Topic.
I don't even know what bad fashion is anymore. I'm sorry.
Hot Topic.
I will say it's interesting because I go to these like maybe once a month, these like men's groups at our parish, and we've had this huge surge. I've been part of it. I'm part of the surge, but younger guys looking to be inquirers of the church and then becoming catechumens, you know, and that sort of thing. And a lot of them are in their early mid-20s, and they all kind of resemble your son a little bit. Like, a lot of them have this kind of like retro throwback affectation. A lot of them will wear like the vests and like the slacks. Mm-hmm. A lot of them will like smoke pipes, you know?
Yeah.
And I'll make fun of them because I'll be like, oh, where do you get your loose leaf? Do you go down to such and such? And they'll be like, what? I get off the internet. And I'm like, oh, you're a dabbler. I liked pipes before it was cool, bro. But you know, like it's interesting because they're all taking on kind of like almost like Hobbit core kind of culture where they're like trying to be like old cool British people, but at the same time like young and hip and on the internet. And I'm not gonna say I dislike it. I actually kind of appreciate it, but yeah, they all kind of have a similar vibe to your kid, Grid. Like,
yeah, there's fewer things that is more Americana than a good pipe and good tobacco. Actually,
man, and if
that was one of the reasons why we were able to win the war, is tobacco allowed us the funding for it. So that was a big part of the founding of America.
A lot of people, there's some great documentaries about beer being a big mover and shaker in our culture as well.
I think that I think it harkens. I think that modern kids don't want to be seen as not just not poor, but they don't want to be seen as
unsophisticated,
messy. That's not really the right word. I'm struggling to find the right word, because they do have that sense of style. And you know, to be honest with you, the number one category for young men right now in video and like the TikToks and all that are men's fashion videos.
Really?
Crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
I did not know this.
And which is, it's odd. I mean, obviously they're also watching a lot of girls, so because they're young men. I would be very concerned.
The prawn will always reign supreme when it comes to media.
I would be exceedingly concerned if in fact that was not the case, right?
Right. I mean, yes, don't look at prawn, obviously. Don't waste your time looking at girls scantily clad. Go find yourself a nice woman and don't be a slave to your passions. But at the same token, culturally speaking, if the young men are just watching fashion videos and not women, then we have another problem on our hands. The Skittles got them. You know, Mo, yeah, we don't know a lot about you, Mo. We've heard from Grid quite a bit.
Another one back. This is my son heading to Philmont to hike 80 odd miles. And
is he a scout?
Yeah, he's a scout. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is he a Twinkie?
Sorry?
Is he a Twinkie?
Like yellow on the outside, white on the inside?
Correct.
I wouldn't.
No, I didn't get that. Glad you clarified. I was confused there for a moment.
I don't think so. He's an American.
Okay.
So one of the funniest things I've ever seen was he was like, I don't know, man. This gives me hope for all new generations. So we're like, man, he has this fascination with war, historical war,
manly
based,
Civil War, World War II, all of that. And we're watching like Pearl Harbor or something one day, and he's like, they're killing our boys. I was like, I can't have a better dad moment than right now. Like,
yeah,
like he's and so he's an American. That's what he is.
That's adorable, dude. He sounds like a good little dude.
Can I just say something? Give me that.
Oh shoot. Zinga's swooping in here. She wants to say something.
I won't show my face because I haven't done my face.
She doesn't want to show her face.
I won't show my face because I haven't done my face. But I just want to say, Grid gives me hope. Like, his kids are 15. They love America. It's so sweet because when my child was 4 months old, my first baby, I was told that she wasn't going to know what she was. Like, she's not going to know if she's white. She's not going to know if she's black. And I said, well, I think that Scott and I are going to raise her to know she's, first of all, a child of God, and then she's American. And your kid is 15. And he's like, they're getting our boys. That brings a tear to my eye because there's hope. Like, you can have, like, it's so hard to find a good spouse no matter what sex you are.
Well,
and like, let's say you have to go outside of your race. Like, Grid gives us hope that our kid won't look at themselves as one race or another or have to choose, but they'll just look at themselves as Christian and American. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. Now I will say that this is all my fault because so when my son was young, about 6 or 7, I had retired, and I basically drug him around the country to shooting matches where there are a lot of former military, law enforcement, federal agents. We're interacting with professional shooters. He's interacting with a lot of men, right? Like men and women who prefer manly men. So he has this from a very early age. He has this indoctrination, if you will, of what it's supposed to be a man. I'll give you a perfect example. A couple of years ago now, he started constantly talking about going into the Marines. And we're like, and my wife was like, why are you like really into going into the military? What want to understand this? And he's like, well, and going to the military, I do 4 years, I get the GI Bill and go to college and pay for college. And I'm like, huh. Okay.
Reasonable.
Why is that? That's really, yeah, that's exceptionally mature of you, but why? He says, well, I don't want to be a burden to you and mom.
Oh my gosh. I like
it. Right?
Marry younger women because my child is 3.
We were just saying, our daughter's 3. If he can hold out a while, we can have a conversation.
I've got a 5-year-old. My 5-year-old does math. My 5-year-old can do multiplication. We do math on the way to school in the car. He'll be like, Dad, what's 12 times 12? And I'll be like, I know. Do you know? And he'll be like 144. He does math. And
using them Asian genes.
Right. Cue Asian powers. And he's really pretty smart. And he's like, he can be a little terror because all 5-year-olds are terrorists, but at the same time, like he will literally, he'll go over and give somebody a piece of candy. He'll share his candy. He'll do, he's like a really good kid. And, he's just this, and a lot of it is just the way we treat him and the way we raise them and all of that. No Arthur diet. My son does, I think, have an idea how much money we have, but not really. We don't talk about it. He
Well,
has a better
listen,
idea of it now.
For the people who are just watching this, or maybe you tuned in late, the purpose behind this show is that we want to exemplify, people like Grid who have made these interracial relationships work and who have built a culture in their family and have reared children of quality based on sort of these older principles, these older conservative principles. You can see how there's this term that we use, Grid, in the Orthodox Church called catechesis or catechism. And it's basically like a probation period for people who are inquirers who want to join the church. But it's also a period of learning, kind of shedding off old bad habits and sins and kind of dying to yourself. And there's a lot to it. And they use that term also as an instructional period for young men growing up, being catechized as a young man, learning wisdom, learning how to make your way in the world. And so it sounds like your kid got catechized, in this sort of right-wing, gun-loving, motorsports, manly, dress well kind of environment, red-blooded American type of thing. And
he's what we're trying,
and what we're trying to convey to people is that you can have this. Even with all of the despair and all the cultural rot and all the problems that we have in society, these are things you can have. And we're just trying to exemplify this. But I want to hear a little bit more from Mo. We don't know a whole lot about your personal life, my man. So we would just want you to risk personal life and limb by telling the internet personal things about yourself. So
yeah, I'll give a little bit. Yeah. Can you?
Really?
How's my mic sound?
You're coming in hot. You're coming in real hot. Go ahead and turn it down a bit. But
one second.
But
what about now?
Still hot. Still hot.
Over there on the side, there's a slider. You can slide him down just a hair.
What about now?
Still a little bit hot. Where's that slider?
I did it.
What about now?
Turn him down. Still a little high, but not bad. Not bad.
What about now?
Try again.
What about now?
It's good enough. Go with it.
He's good. Yeah.
Okay, good enough. Okay, cool. I'm still tweaking things over here with my mic, but no, I have 2 kids. So one, I'm pretty much a new father. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-month-old.
Okay, so you had them
Yeah.
close together like I did.
Yeah, both girls. We'll see if I get a boy on the third one. But,
And did you venture outside of your race, or did you stick with the safe and tried and true white people?
No, I married a white woman. I got 2 blue-eyed, blonde-haired white babies.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Very cute. My black wife says those are the best babies. So.
And she's giggling.
Yeah. So
Nice little Aryans.
Yeah, so that's kind of me. But so like I said, new father, getting to enjoy all the things that come along with that. It's fun watching them grow up and learn how to talk and all that.
Well, how was it building a relationship, building a marriage, and getting to the point of having kids living in clown world? Like, how did that go for you?
So I got pretty lucky. My wife, I met her through work when I was in Louisiana, and then I actually got to meet her family because we were just friends at the time. And then I moved out to Vegas, and we kind of kept in touch. And then over time, we realized something was there. And I got lucky because she came from a pretty traditional family. As far as clown world goes, I was, I guess, at the tail end of the dating environment where it was still pretty shit when I was in out there, but it's gotten much worse. So I got to avoid a lot of that. I will say, just generally speaking, though, from when I have buddies that are still in the dating field, I think one thing is to try to not be chronically online and let that warp your view of what is potentially out there. Because if you're just going by the dating apps, well, and all this other stuff, then yeah, it's real easy to fall into that nihilism and just get super black-pilled on the whole thing, especially with what is perceived to be all women and how they're acting. I think that's one thing you have to kind of separate. Even looking at just the straight numbers of it, right? It's like, okay, I'm a guy, I'm single, I'm in the dating field, I'm looking for a traditional woman. I'm gonna go on these apps, and I'm gonna try to find a traditional woman, right? And it's like a shot in the dark. And then if you find one, like, does she even, what form of traditional is she? Is she just saying she's traditional, but she's spiritual, and she had to find herself? Like what is the reality of it? So I think really getting out in the physical world and trying to find someone that way through maybe church or communities or maybe even activities that you engage in that you like. And then really, like, I also recommend find out their home life, their parents, how did that develop? Like, what is that there? Does she hate her father? Well, that's a pretty big red flag. You got to go down that whole rabbit hole and really understand, I guess, the roots of where she comes from, right? I think that goes a long way. And then if the family likes you, well, then that's even more of it. That's even better. You got even a better shot at having a really good relationship, because to a certain extent, you are becoming one flesh with your wife, but you do in a lot of ways marry into the family, right? So if you can marry into the right family that is aligned with your standards to some degree, your moral standards, your worldview, that goes a long way.
Legit. Yeah. It's funny you said that, because I remember when I first met Z's mom, I was like mentally fist pumping because she was like real fit and lean, even though she was older. And I was like, she'll stay hot when she's old. She won't chunk out on me.
It's like, well, we're married. Now I can get fat.
Yeah, right. She wasn't going to be one of those like, oh, well, I can let myself go now. But it was funny. Like a second date, they gave me the treatment, dude. It was like, she has this huge family of aunties, so she grew up with like a bunch of them all living together and being around all the time. So it's like second date, I kid you not, she invites me over for dinner, and yeah, it was like the worst ill-advised date ever, but she doesn't know any better. So and so she invites me over, and I'm like, whatever, challenge accepted. I come in there, and it's like all these old gospel black women just giving me the business all at once, like 7 of them, just a gauntlet. And they're like making me do runs, like song runs and things. And I can't sing. They're making me like play games and stuff. They started having like an impromptu prayer, like prayer meeting and they're like rolling on the floor and stuff and sobbing. I'm just like, oh my God. And Z is over there in the corner, just like, he's never coming back, is he? No, he's not. And I was like, nah, I'm going to stick it out. I don't care. But that was fun. That was fun and it was rough.
Yeah, you can definitely run into some nightmare fuel dating scenarios in that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was interesting though, because they're very traditional in a lot of ways, or at least they want tradition in a lot of ways. So that was, that kind of jived with my worldview to a certain extent.
Yeah, the first encounter I had with my wife's dad is I went over there for Thanksgiving to hang out, and he came out to the car. I forgot what it was, but we were doing something, and basically he saw that I was like I carry a pistol,
got a piece,
and then
he's printing,
and then I also I grabbed like a flashlight that I needed for something, and I heard later that he made the comment like he carries and he has a flashlight. I think he might be a good prospect. I think he might be the one,
darling. So, find out if he has a multi-tool and we'll move you in.
Right. Yeah. Multi-tool. Yeah. Yeah. Which was like, it's pretty hilarious because her family, they own a bunch of land in Mississippi, and I get along real well with her dad. And after the first few encounters I had with him, by like the third encounter, he took me on side by side when we were out there, roaming around and looking at shooting guns and hunting and that sort of thing. But he was giving me the whole like subtle, like, Mo, once at some point, your wife, she's going to inherit a whole lot of this, all this is going to be inherited. And he's just kind of like painting the picture. He's like, we got a lot of extra land out here and all this other stuff. And yeah, he was pushing it pretty hard from like second encounter onwards. Awesome. He still is actually. He wants us to move back there. He really wants us to move back there, but yeah, we'll see.
That's nice to know. If anything goes wrong, we're gonna go to Mo's compound out there in
right. Yeah, we can all build and become, do a community thing. Orthodox in the woods.
I was gonna say you found yourself a woman with money, with means, and you married into a means family. Well done, sir.
Right.
Well done. I have shoes. Right. The white Zinga says she's ready. She's ready to do it.
We can do like the Ewoks. Just have a nice little community out there.
Well, the thing about it is like talking to you guys is fun because it's like, these are success stories. These are people who, despite the clownishness of the world in the last 20 years or so, in Grid's case before that, probably, like everybody who managed to find love and they managed to have kids and everything's working out just swimmingly. But these poor Gen Zs, man, they look at us and they're like, F you. I don't get any of that. Screw off. Well, that's not going to happen for me.
Right. Well, from their viewpoint too, if you put yourself in their shoes, it is easy for like myself and Grid and you to kind of say, well, we're past it, right? We approached the mountain, we got to the other side of it, right? So it does look different when you're on the other side of that mountain, but you can scale it. It just takes effort and patience and making the right decisions.
I just think people give up too easy. My son right now my son right now today, he's 16 or 15. He'll be 16 in July. It's close enough. Or June rather. And so he's right now on a church retreat with his youth group, which includes several young women. And they're gonna be at whatever church facility they're at. I'm okay with that. And he will meet those people and he'll talk to them, and he's probably not going to date any of them. But one day, they may have a friend or whatever, right? You never know. But regardless, he's learning how to interact with those people now. The problem is literally we have an entire half generation of people who grew up only interacting with people online. When I hear the defeatist talk about it, it's just so much. It's just so much of the time. It's this, I can't do anything. I'm just going to stay home and play video games. I'm still going to just stay home, play video games. And I know, I mean, look, I have a friend of mine I grew up with, and we actually, our careers and lives paralleled kind of close. And he never married. He's given up on being married. He is that odd uncle, right? The one that's still dating, the one that still plays guitar in a band on occasion, and you know, all that. And he's come to terms with it. To him, he's had a great life. It's not the life that he wanted, right? He would have loved to have had children, and he likes having, you know, he doesn't anymore because I think he's too busy, but you know, he used to take other, you know, his friends' kids to the track with him, or you know, whatever. You know, it was. Of course, nowadays people would think that's weird, I guess, but our lives parallel pretty closely. Except I never gave up on trying to find love, and I think he had a couple of incidents where he's just like, "Yeah, okay, that's it, I'm not doing it."
Mm-hmm.
And
got his heart broken and never recovered, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think, and you know, I'm not gonna put his business out there, but I think there were a couple of times where he just really, really got hurt pretty bad. You know, there's some people that are more sensitive than I am. I'm not a particularly sensitive man, but and I've listened to people that work for me, you know, over the years talk about how they can't get dates or they can't find, but they're dating like the worst possible people. They're going out to bars to meet people. They're going out to, you know, using apps, or you know, of course I'm old, so you know, we had dating websites, and they're doing all of these things, and
can't believe that stripper broke my heart.
Right, yeah, and
She said she loved me.
To be honest, they're
She
not
said she
particularly,
loved me.
and let's just be honest here. They're not trying to be good men. They're not trying to be good men. They're not trying to be a man women want. Now, they might try to be a wealthy man, a man that women desire, right? But that's different than a man women want.
This is an excellent segue, because I always told Z, I'm like, we don't do shows where we just talk about how bad things are for attention and clicks. We always give prescriptions. We don't finish a show without at least one prescription to make things better. Z just did a panel show recently with her and 3 other traditionally minded conservative women. One of them has like 6 kids and is like an evangelical Christian. There's Z, you know, Orthodox with 2 kids. There was a single girl who is now kind of delving into Orthodoxy. And then there was another happily married one who don't think Catholic. Yeah. And does she have kids?
Not her own.
She doesn't have any kids. She has like stepkids. Happily married though. And they all kind of contributed their opinions to kind of what advice they would give as like older sisters to these Gen Z males, you know, because they understand their place. It's not their job to nag them and tell them what to do. It's their job to help them and kind of coerce them and to encourage them. And so that's what she did on her show. And one of the things that a few of the things she was hitting on, I would love to get your feedback on as men. And Z, what was like kind of one of your primary points that you guys were hitting?
It was like,
I'll repeat it.
How much money you need.
Yeah, like one of the things they kind of were hitting on is
denomination.
You know, how set up financially, you know, should a guy be before they approach you, and kind of
how to actually
approach women in person and online. And you know, it seems like the consensus was pretty universal in that they didn't expect much. They really just wanted you to have a reasonable level of social skills, a normal level of hygiene, and enough charm and sociability that you could maintain a conversation with a stranger, even though it's a little uncomfortable. And Z even called the girls out at one point. She's like, we're not going to do the whole like rag on men. Like, I want to acknowledge how hard it is for men to approach a group of women. Like, and I give Z a lot of credit for that, because that's terrifying. It doesn't matter how skilled you are with women. Like, it's hard. And so, you know, especially when you have an objective in mind, you know, it's like one of my strengths when I was younger is that I was literally just using women. So to me, it didn't matter what the outcome was. People used to play a game with me. They'd be like, fetch. That was what game I played when I was younger. Is like my other friends who were intimidated by groups of women they thought were hot. They'd be like, Scott, fetch. And I would literally like pound a drink, just go over and just start blah, 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 until something happened, until they came over and exchanged numbers or whatever. And it was easy for me because I didn't care if they told me to piss off. You know, I didn't care if they insulted me or whatever, or gave me a cold shoulder, because I would just go and talk to another woman until something stuck. And, you know, it didn't help that I had no self-esteem and had personal issues, but like, you know, it was a tactic that worked when people are disposable. But like when you have a real like objective and you're kind of an insecure guy already and you put a lot of weight on these interactions, it's terrifying to approach women. So, you know, they came up with a lot of these things. Like, how were you guys at this sort of thing? Like, what would you tell your son if he was like, Dad, how do I meet a woman and like ask her out? Like, how would you approach that conversation?
How do I approach that conversation? I just tell my kid to talk to women like normal humans and not be a weirdo.
So don't treat it like there's so much weight to the interaction. Just be conversational.
And now he's not quite at the point of dating per se. But you know, he's all right. He's not doing bad.
Yeah.
What about you, Bo?
Piggyback off that a little bit and say that I think when you're young and you got your hormones just firing on all cylinders, you have men fall into this trap of putting women up on this pedestal, put them over them of, I'm not worthy of like talking to you scenario, that feeling. So really kind of identify that for what it is. Understand not to put them on a pedestal. They are, to Grit's point, they're just humans like anyone else. They're sinful just like anyone else.
It's interesting. I think
go into that approach with it. Yeah, no, just go at that with that mindset in mind, and also the mindset of it's okay to fail, right? It's okay if
you're gonna
fail, it's gonna happen. You're gonna fail with all kind of things in life. So why get caught up on the failure? You have to go in it with that mindset and not put so much burden on yourself.
You got a thought, Grid?
Yeah. So one of the and I, just kind of thinking about this for a second. So when my son was younger, when my oldest son was younger, all the girls loved him. And they all hung out with him. They all played with him and they all talked to him. My youngest son, same way. They all want to play with my son. He doesn't even like, I don't even know that he really gets a chance to play with the other dudes that much because the girls all want to hang out with him and talk to him and all that. And then when my oldest, did I just hear Z?
Z was like, he has something about him.
and it kind of like, I don't know whether it turned off or whether he just was like, he just got kind of weird, because boys go through the various changes. So he got to where he just didn't talk to girls. And I'm like, what is, like, you used to literally talk to girls all the time. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know how to talk to girls. It's literally all of your friends. Literally every person that came over to our house to play was some girl, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what is, and it's just like, I do think those changes occur or start to occur. And it's harder for guys to kind of make that gear shift, right? To kind of make the mental change. And so I think my oldest son's still kind of going through it now. He the other day is hilarious. He's sitting there texting on his phone, just going at it. And I'm like, you texting your girlfriend? And he's like, I wish. I mean, just deadpan, just 100%. Like, I wish.
I wish.
And it was hilarious. And I told my wife, and she cracked up too. It was very funny. In my chat, I'm assuming that this is a woman that's asking this. What's and I'm sure she means acceptable, not exceptional age for dating for a young male. I think young men should start dating around 16, 17. before that, I think, is really weird. And you know, if you wait too much later than that, you kind of have, you'll be a little more socially awkward as well. It's not bad to wait. It's just, you know, it might be a little more socially awkward. I think you have a lot of grace with girls when you're 16 and 17. Plus, you're very easily embarrassed. So any mistake you make is compounded by like times 10,000, and you'll never make that mistake again. Right. So
everything's a disaster. Everything's life ending.
Oh my God, I told her how I really thought, or oh my God, my shoes smelled, and what, I don't know, but
she gives you one dirty look, and you're like analyzing it for years.
Yeah, and I think that that's a rite of passage that young men need to go through. I think they need to understand that they have this effect in people's lives, and that, you know, women are, and I think they need to learn the earlier they learn that women are sensitive creatures. And by sensitive, I mean like a hand grenade. And so Z can't help herself.
Nope. Loudmouth producer.
And so, but you know, so they're sensitive, and I think the earlier young men learn that, and learn just to kind of let it wash over them, and not respond to it in very specific ways. I think the earlier you learn that, the more successful you are. Because
I don't know, what are your thoughts, Mo?
Sorry?
Oh, I would say that so kind of going into Grid's point, I agree with a good bit of it, but I would have a slightly different take. I would say socially get them around, you know, groups and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they actually can develop those skills, and, you know, have the embarrassing stuff that comes with teenager life and interactions. But as far as like dating, you know, I view dating as it should be for seeking marriage. So I would say probably 20. I would say wait for actual dating around 20 and onwards, because then you have the benefits of both. You get socialized. You can have all those awkward encounters with the girls in like friend groups and stuff like that. But then when you're a little older, you're starting to kind of understand who you are to some degree. You're kind of past a little bit, at least for the most part, you're past that awkward teenage phase to some degree. You get in your 20s, you have a little more confidence, which would come from the socialization. That's what I would probably, if I had to put a number on it, I would say around 20.
Well, I think when I'm talking dating, I'm talking about like just the hand holding, that kind of thing, not the full Monty.
Well, where does hand holding lead, Grid? Where does that lead?
It leads to marriage, is where it leads.
Shotgun marriage.
Hey, I got a lot of them.
Zynga's like, they better not be holding my girl's hand. She was like pulling her gun out of her.
Well, and I think that's something that you have to do too. There needs to, you have, you know, it's the weird guys that never date in high school, that never go out on socials or and, you know, go out, you know, double date or go out with a group of you know, couples. It's those weird dudes that do that end up having problems later in life, right? They're the ones that never got turned down. So they never got turned down in a group of their friends, right? Like yeah.
Yeah, I think socialization is extremely important.
In my chat, CloverTac says it leads to married at 18 and 3 kiddos at 21. Of course, he's still married. So
it's a tough call. Especially as a dad who only has daughters so far.
Yeah.
It's just like, who would I want approaching my daughters and when? And it's a tough question that I don't have as solid of answers as I would like.
I think that parents of daughters, so I have a responsibility to tell my son how to be a good human and to grow into a man that a woman wants to spend her life with.
Right.
You with daughters, and I don't have any, so I'm both blessed and cursed in that, but it just seems like that there's so much more that you really have to emphasize with young women. You know, risk assessment, right? Like, you know, okay, you know, are you dating someone that might hurt you? You know, are you dating someone that is that seems like he's Mr. Perfect now, but you know, could conceivably do something really bad, right? That's tough. Are you for girls? It's this idea of, well, do you allow this person? How close do you allow this person to you? How quickly do you allow them that close? And I think that's something I don't think that parents are teaching their young ladies these days.
Yeah, I think on that point, and obviously I'm still developing this because I'm still a new father of girls, but from my perspective, I think what goes into that is being a model for your daughter to grow up with and
captured
see
media,
what the standard is.
My wife is 11 years younger than
other
me.
men to. Because at the end of the day, you can teach her, you know, daughters are like any other person. You can teach her all the framework and good morals and that you want. At some point, she's gonna have to start making her own decisions. And so if she respects you and looks at a prime example of how you treat your wife and the relationship you have, she has something, a blueprint to work off of. And I don't think it's a coincidence that my current wife, me and her dad get together. Like we're very similar. We get along swimmingly.
Well, and over my chat, Clover Tax says he has 2 girls here. All my kids are grown, but good dads are the benchmark for girls. Be a good dad.
Yeah.
And I think
agree.
that's amazingly accurate and true. And I think that the you know, with I think it's hard today because I think there's so much that you know, young women tend to want to hold close to them, so they don't want to tell their parents, they don't want to talk to their families about it. And my observation is that is far too common, and it literally leads to horrendous outcomes. And we see it over and over. I've seen it even on in my son's school, in various church groups, and it's just never going to lead to a good outcome. A young lady should always be able to feel like that she can talk to her father about anything. And that is girl dad responsibility number 1.
And that's a tough thing to cultivate, you know. So it's like I'm too young to give other people too much advice because I haven't exactly proven that I can produce healthy, functional females yet. Like so far, so good. But you know, I'm not going to be arrogant and assume that I'm going to do everything right. But yeah, for me, like it was kind of like Mo said, I always sort of held it this classic example of I'm basically setting myself up as a model for who they should marry, you know, like ideally. And, you know, it's like, I know there's the joke in there, but I mean, Grid and I being a little bit older, like daddy issues isn't a joke. It's just cultural truth. It's like every girl swinging on a pole, you know, every chick who's a little bit crazy but hot, every, you know, sort of maladjusted lunatic who you have to call the cops on, like it's always the same diagnosis. She got daddy issues, you know, and so it's like, don't do that. You're like, that's half the battle. Like,
yeah, I've never met a stripper that had a healthy relationship with her dad.
Right. If you don't produce a stripper, it's like you've already kind of won. But yeah, as long as you maintain like a healthy line of communication, you set clear boundaries, and you show that you actually care about them. It's like, you know, I think having a good religious foundation helps with a lot of that. But I mean, even that's no guarantee, obviously. So,
well, but you say that there's no guarantee, but if you cultivate the expectation that no matter what your son or daughter says, you are going to be accepting of that. If you at least the information, you may not approve of it, you may have something to say about it, but you're going to be accepting of the information. Okay, that's key. That's critical. In the idea that they can come to you with the number one thing that I have about me is my and the reason why I feel like that I've not absolutely train wrecked my entire marriage, my kids, everything, is that I fix things, and my wife knows that no matter what happens, I'm going to fix it. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. I don't care what it is. I will sort it out. There's no situation that cannot be solved. And my son knows the same thing. When my son has a problem and he can't fix it, he tries really, really, really hard to do it himself. And then he'll come to me and he'll say, Dad, help me out here. I don't know what I'm doing, or whatever. If you don't cultivate that from an early age, if you don't take the time, if you don't, make them, and you have to kind of approach it in the right way. Obviously, you don't want them to feel stupid. You don't want them to feel like, like downtrodden or whatever. But it's hard work being a dad, right? And it's hard work being a dad. It's hard work being a husband and a father at the same time. No matter how angry you are at that moment, no matter how disappointed you are in that behavior, and I failed at this myself, you have to step back and mentally and say, I know what I want to say, but I also know what I need to say. And if you don't know what you need to say, you need to keep your mouth shut, because you're going to do damage. And I don't care who you are. I don't care what father. I don't care if you think you're the best father on the planet. I literally had to go back to my son and say, I screwed up, man. I'm sorry about that. I made a mistake. And I should not have said what I said. I was wrong to say that.
Yeah, I had a parenting boo-boo earlier. I was going into the restroom, and my little one was like going to timeout, which is like right next to the door for the restroom. And so she was trying to be cheeky and like be like, hey, what are you doing in there? And I was like, no, you need to go be in timeout. Go sit down. And I went to close the door and I closed it on her finger. The poor thing was like,
oh, that's terrible, man.
And it's just like screaming and looking at me like I was a traitor. And I had to snuggle her and be like, oh, Daddy, sorry. It was an accident. I wasn't trying to hurt you. And she was like, no. So she was traumatized. She forgave me.
In the corner.
Yeah, but she just listened to me.
Yeah, you just listened to me. Yeah. You
wouldn't have had your little fingy smushed.
Over on my chat, we have captured. What is this? I can't remember her. Wait, that's weird. Sorry, give me 1 second.
No worries.
All right, so it's Captured Media says, Mo rebuttal, starting a channel with a newborn is crazy. I pray many blessing on you while you fight degen behavior.
Thank you. I will try to keep in the arena as long as I can. I appreciate the support.
And my buddy Clovertack says, for girls, help cultivate the things that good men are looking for: reverence, submission, loyalty, compassion, nurturing, etc. That's true, because I think, again, when I got married, I wasn't looking for the good for now girl. I was looking for wife. I wanted wife, and not wife material. I wanted someone who wanted to be a wife.
What age would you say, Grid, that you felt that way?
I felt that way.
Yeah.
I felt that way early on, but again, I don't want to go all the way through it, but I almost got married twice in college. Two wonderful women.
Okay.
They were great women. They're, one of them, I haven't talked to her in years, but she's got kids. She's been married a long time. She's had a pretty successful life. The other one was married for a very long time, and then her husband left her, which was basically destroyed her. But so they were both great women. I just didn't work between us for a couple of reasons I've already gone into. And then I had about 10 years where I did not date seriously whatsoever. And then when I was 34, decided that, and what happened when I was 34, I dated this girl and she had a daughter, and I had this glimpse of what life would be like as with a family, right? And realized that, hey, you know what? I'm at a place in my life where I can do that right now. And I spent about a week actually trying to decide if I could be a stepfather, because I had a stepfather, and he wasn't very good at it. And so I'm like, it's a massive mind fuck when you walk into being a stepfather. Like, you absolutely take on a massive burden, and you have to do it willingly, you know, and it's really easy for it to go wrong. And I had to do like, I spent like a week like arguing the pros and the cons, and would I be good at it? I thought I would be, but not my kid. Father's still in the situation. How am I gonna? Or the father's still kind of, sort of in the picture. How am I gonna feel about that? You know, and it was just like I couldn't do it. I am not a good enough human to do that. And I know that. And so, but at the same time, I wanted to be married. Now I wanted to be married, and I wanted a wife, and I wanted someone who wanted to be a wife. And I dated a few women in my age group, and they were all horrible. They all had massive amounts of baggage. You just were not good people. And so after kind of looking around at what was available, right? What the supply was, what the quality of goods were, I started dating progressively younger, and my wife's 11 years younger than me.
It's interesting how that works out. Like, I get that question a lot. Like, what's an acceptable age gap? And, you know, if I'm an older guy and I'm looking to settle with like a traditional woman, is it better to try and get someone my age if I'm in my 30s, or should I date like a 23-year-old and deal with the social flack that comes with that? And, you know, I've always been kind of in favor of, when it comes to men, I'm okay with them being financially set up a little bit and emotionally more immature, and having the woman be more emotionally mature but not financially set up. And I think that creates like a nice mix. You know, because at the end of the day, it's like, if women believe in being married and being a helpmate and all that, they know they're there to support a guy. Age gap's not really a huge issue. You know, there's a point where it gets a little bit kind of too big, I think, but I've never found it creepy or inappropriate personally. Like, I get it. You know, the cliche of like a 45-year-old guy who likes to hang out at nightclubs and, you know, bang 18-year-olds because he plies them with like drugs and free booze. But that's not the environment we're talking about here. We're talking about like two people who share values, who are, you know, looking for a long-lasting relationship. I've never had a problem with big age gaps. I don't know. What's your thoughts on it, Mo?
Well, I've never heard a moral reason for.
I've never heard one either.
Other than just, you know, they find it icky. I do think dating younger, it comes with quite a few benefits. One is that you have a higher probability of running into someone who hasn't gone through the whole college ringer and they spit out a feminist. So that's a benefit. And obviously, if you're older, you might be more well established. Hopefully, by your 30s, you also have kind of gone through your 20s. You have a better understanding of who you are, who you want to be. A little more confident in that for a lot of people. So I think there's quite a few benefits to having a gap there. I gotta grab the door real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. You know, it's good to have these differing opinions from guys who are making marriage work in the current day, and especially with the different age gaps, because it gives you different like categories of advice. I've noticed, you know, it's like you talk to guys like you, or guys who are like my dad, who are like boomers and stuff, you know, like Gen X and up. They kind of have this sort of like classical position of like, just do these things and you should be fine. You just have to accept that it's hard work and yada, yada, yada. And then you start getting into like my age range, and it's kind of, we have a little bit more, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying we have a little bit more of an appreciation for what Gen Z is going through, because we kind of got some of it Like I got a lot of it. I'm kind of unique in the regard that I kind of lived the Gen Z life before it was cool. You know, I made all the same mistakes, ended up with all the same outcomes. Stuff's been really difficult. So, you know, when I talk to them, I always have a big heart for them because I'm like, yep, know exactly where you're at, brother. You know, I just did it 10 years ago. So when I give them advice, I always want to make sure I'm coming to the table with some solid nuggets, you know, something that's really going to make a difference in their lives if they actually follow through on it. And, you know, some of that I can't because I just don't have enough experience yet. You know, it's like I'm still a new dad. I can give them experience in relationships. I give them experience in terms of like career pursuits, life meaning, purpose, you know, moving to the church, that kind of thing, philosophy, whatever, how you perceive the world and the chaos around you. But there's some things that like I have to kind of defer to guys like you who've actually been there, done that. You know what I mean? And so it's really good to get everybody's input on this. One thing I wanted to I know that we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. This has been a lot of fun, but I got to do a little bit of grifting and remind everybody, you know, you can always cash app at, watch that little chyron above my head. We also have a link in the chat that Zinga can send out. If you want to financially support us, give our kids some oodles and noodles. Remember, you owe my kids reparations, at least half of them. And so I'm going to have the one half pay the other half. You do your part as well. And, or my black wife will get sassy with you. Beyond that, don't forget to, follow Mo Rebuttal and Grid Motorsports, or An Unreasonable Man on YouTube is the best way to find him. Is there another way you want to plug yourself there, sir?
Well, I've started the Gun Prattle channel, and so we're doing a lot of gun prattling these days. So that's it is just at Gun Prattle.
Gun Prattle, cool. Yeah. I know Z will want to get into that. She loves some guns.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. We were going to have another visitor potentially soon. We'll have to see how that goes down. But otherwise, I'm going to keep it going. As long as you're comfortable sticking around, I'm going to keep asking you questions. But if you want to dip, you let me know.
Good.
But I really want to make sure that I kind of hone in on giving the good advice and making sure that these Gen Zs leave with something to work with. I have this conception that like they're so bound up in their misery, a lot of them, and just sort of like enslaved to the passions would be like the religious way of looking at it, that they're having a really hard time seeing the forest for the trees, you know. And I know because I've been there, and it's worse now, so I can only imagine what kind of additional pressure and weight that puts on it. You know, it's like when you and I were younger, it's like there were still options, you know what I mean? Like you saved up and you did your best and maybe you could buy some property. Like now it's like, I think we looked at a report from The Economist and they were saying something like, you got to make like, what was the number, Z? It's over 6 figures, but as a family, you're in poverty if you make less.
60,000 in 1990 is the buying power of over 200.
Yeah, like I did this the other day on AI. I took my salary and it was like $202,000 worth of buying power a year back in 1990 when I was growing up. You know, it's like now it's like worth nothing. So like life is tough. Like, and that's why I think so many of them make the boomer jokes and get so angry at some of the older folks in your age bracket or older, like my dad's age bracket, is because they'll give them the whole bootstrap speech and they'll just be like, shut it, old man. Like, you don't know anything. You know what the hell you're talking about. Like, piss off. You're actually responsible for a lot of my suffering. And I actually agree with them to a certain extent. I really do. The more I learn, the more I realize I'm like, boy, previous generations really dropped the ball on a lot of things. But then there's also the you have to be honest with yourself and say, well, if I was born in that generation, would I have done any better? You know, or would I have made the same mistakes? And so, you know, you got to give people their credit where it's due. Just acknowledge, like, we're all frail. We're all human beings. We're all going to make mistakes. And, you know, a lot of folks were susceptible to a lot of like, essentially mind control. You know, you look at boomers and it's like they grew up with like 3 channels, you know, and rabbit ear TVs, and they just did whatever the boob tube told them to. Like, they like to act like they're independent thinkers and that they had like a free thoughts and stuff, but they were like the most propagandized generation in human history, like completely mind wiped.
You know, I don't know about that, because it was interesting because I think in some ways you can make that claim, but I think there's a reality that we have to look at, and that's now I grew up at basically the birth of cable TV, right? So, and we weren't we didn't get it even maybe the first year we had cable TV. So I'm one of I grew up with like the 3 channels, right? Like, and the antennas from the on the outside of the house and all of that. But we just didn't watch that much TV. The thing is like TV was only like maybe an hour or two, like literally primetime TV was the only TV that I would watch all day usually. Except Saturdays, Saturday morning cartoons, that was always good. But other than that, we were out. We were doing other stuff. We're outside. And a lot of times, because you couldn't always read, we were doing other things. We were reading books. I read a ton of. I literally, like I can't even tell you how many. I actually won a competition at the local library for a number of books read in the summer, which is hilarious. But
I used to crush some of those pizza competitions. You remember those? The Pizza Hut, like Scholastic Reading Program.
No, I don't remember that. That sounds awesome.
Maybe that was after your time, but it was like if you read off an approved list and you proved that you had read these, your teacher would give you like some tokens or something. You could turn those into like Pizza Hut or something. They would give you those little
I thought it was like competition eat how much pizza you could eat when you first started out there.
Oh, I'd have crushed that too. I was a fat little kid. Like I wasn't like fat, but I could eat, man.
Yeah.
I only did one competition like that. Never again. It was a challenge. It involved like 6 pounds of meat and a bunch of other stuff and a pound of fries.
Oh God!
I won that, by the way.
I think so I think, and I hear this all the time. I hear people talk about how the buying power is less, and you just don't understand the struggle that these young people go through. But I think that's honestly, I think it's cope. I think it's mathematically sure okay, but my grandparents lived through the Depression. And they instilled upon my parents a sense of frugality. And even me, even though I'm not as frugal as I used to be like ridiculously frugal. My parents were frugal. My grandparents were frugal, and now the amount of money that people spend on non-essential nonsense is insane to me. That then complain about not being able to buy a house or not being able to have a nice apartment or not being able to have this or have that. And I'm like,
my $10 Starbucks lattes, but I need them.
Right. Or, like, that they don't have the unlimited plan on their phone now, or they don't have a new laptop, or they don't have, and look, there are like real poor people out there. And I'm certainly not bashing poor people at all. I was the poor kid in school, but my parents worked, really, really hard to be able to afford a home. And, I have a hard time listening to somebody who's never had the power cut off because they just couldn't pay the bill. Like the money just wasn't there. Talk about how they can't afford anything.
Well, I'm going to give you a counter position just because I have all those unfortunate examples. I've had my power cut off because my roommate left me in the middle of the night in the winter, and so I was freezing in my own apartment for 3 days because I couldn't afford to pay for the power. I've had the issue recently actually where I'm working 2 jobs and I can't afford the company health insurance for my kids because it costs as much as my rent every month. It's just astronomical. So my kids don't have health insurance like that. So it's like we have to use the government stuff if we use it at all. You know, so there's a lot of things that are just incredibly expensive. The inflation is out of control. You know, and if you don't want to eat poisoned crap at the grocery store, you have to buy the fresher stuff, which costs a couple bucks more. You know, like you have to eat actual food and cook it yourself, which we do, but that costs more. You know what I mean? And it's a sacrifice we're willing to make for the girl's health, you know, because Z got cancer, you know, really young, which we think was probably a result of like the crap that they're putting in everything. And because there was no history of cancer in her family, she's always been healthy and taking care of herself. So it's like there's a lot of stuff, Grid, that I think has just gotten so astronomically worse since you and I were younger that it really is hitting them different. Like there's the things you're saying are universally true in that whatever you should carve the fat out of your life, you should, especially when you're starting out. You should be suffering, you should be working multiple jobs, you should be kind of pulling the bootstraps routine. That's kind of the default when you're young and you haven't, and if you're not like a Nepo baby. But I think we also have to be honest and understand that like these dudes do not have the ability to buy a house. They'll probably never own a house because a big old nasty Globo Homo corporation came in and figured out a way to scam them out of that. And then they gave them to their face. They gave those homes to H-1Bs who weren't qualified for jobs that they were trying to get. You know, you have people like Zynga and I working our hearts out, and we can't even afford health insurance that we are legally mandated to have, you know, like health and, you know, like car insurance and stuff like that. It's like, you know, you do everything right and you're still screwed. And like the poverty line, The Economist, I think was saying like, if you had a family of 4 like ours, like you basically have to make 160. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm short 100.
Yeah. What part of the country do you live in?
The South.
Okay. I think you told me, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, where we live isn't the most expensive place in the world, but it costs a little more because we're in like an urban area.
Sure.
But yeah, like there's more expensive places, but there's also cheaper. But we're kind of in like the lower. But it's rough, man. Like, and here's the other thing too. It's like when you think about like real estate, like let's say you do everything right and you actually are able to save up some money, despite everything, and you're like, all right, we'll start with the starter house. Let's get something reasonable and affordable. You know, my mom's kind of a real estate guru. She's constantly just combing just as a hobby.
Sure.
And it's just like, well, there's places you could start. You know, you could get a house that fits your needs. You're just not going to be able to get a job there because there aren't any. You're going to have to commute 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just like, can I do that though? Is that even a plan? Is that feasible? And it's just like, you could move here and have this house, but you're going to have to spend $90,000 getting it up to code, you know? If the power goes out, you might die. So it's like, yes, I agree with you on a lot of things, but no, my personal life experience has shown me that this generation is uniquely effed in some ways. And I think they have every right to be pissed about it because our generations could have done things differently for them. We really could have. And I blame myself for this too. Like even just voting certain habits, like there were elections I didn't vote in because I just didn't care about politics at the time that probably had a direct negative result on my brother's life and mine. And so it's like, I prefer to take responsibility for this kind of stuff and be like, listen, dude, it's way worse than people want to admit. And I think it's, you know, like, yes, your advice is always going to be true. It is time-tested, eternal advice. And hopefully things will start to autocorrect at some point to where they can start getting better outcomes using your advice. But I also think it's a little specious.
I want to explore something with you just a minute, just as a thought exercise. I'm just, I don't know where you live, so I'm just gonna kind of generically do this. But so, what do you pay in rent? Just round number. You don't have to.
I don't know if I can safely say that. Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. Okay. So I actually do quite a bit of real estate. I'm part of a real estate fund. We actually buy a bunch of houses. I'm actually, in a small way, I'm part of that corporate greed that people complain about. And yet we sell houses at a really good Really good rate.
I'd be happy to give you those numbers off camera.
No, it's all right.
Give you some.
No, it's fine. We can talk. I mean, certainly willing to talk to you. But one of the things I found is I think for as much information as people have these days, I don't know that they really do understand some of the things. And I'm going to give, I'll use an example from my own kind of path. So my son, no, pardon me, not my son, my brother's kid, the younger one, I think. Yeah, the younger one. He bought a house a few years ago with, I think, 3% down. It's $250,000 house. So he barely had to come up with anything, right? Like nothing.
Like first time home buyer type incentive?
No, it's just the way that, I mean, it's the banks will loan if you have reasonable credit and you have a down payment, you can in general, it's a higher interest rate, but he doesn't care about the interest rate. All he was looking for was like the payment was something that he could afford, right? So he didn't. And I think people look at buying real estate in a very odd way, which, depending on who you are, there's a couple of different ways to look at it. And if I were in your shoes, and I'm not in your shoes, but if I were in your shoes, and I was in a situation where you're probably paying more for rent than you would for an actual payment, right? And so it makes sense at that point to go ahead and get whatever money you can scrape together to get into a down payment for a house that where the mortgage is enough that you can afford it, right? So let's say it's a $250,000 house, so it's not going to be super nice, but it's probably not going to be a pile of junk. And you put 3% down, and your payment's going to end up being somewhere along the lines of, I don't know, $1,600 a month, right?
Yeah. Their attack on the, like, I think it's $100 insurance too for
there'll be some because you put so little down, there'll be like some mortgage insurance and stuff like that, but probably still less than rent. I don't know, it's just a guess. And you just pay that, right? You just pay that, and hopefully you build some equity in the house. And because the reality is most people aren't going to stay in a home for 30 years. Of all the people I know, I think I came the closest to actually paying off the home because I refinanced it into a 15-year, and I was 3 years away from paying it off when I sold it. Mm. But it seems to me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. My family's always been super into real estate. My mom was a real estate estates realtor and stuff, and so she's, familiarized me with some of this stuff. And here's how I kind of phrase it: the generational difference is you had actual land ownership on this continent at one point, right? And then it slowly turned into essentially all bank ownership, right? Like there's nobody who really owns their own land in this country anymore. It's all corporate owned, bank owned.
No,
and
that's not true.
You know what I mean? But you still pay the government tax on it that they can come and seize your home if you don't pay it, right?
Well, for now, but Tennessee may actually get rid of their property tax, especially after the last two scandals they've had.
I know Florida.
Ooh, that would be nice.
Started banding this around.
I forget you're in East Tennessee. Yeah.
But that,
oh man, let's do it.
Yeah, that would be amazing. But that's not what it is now, right?
I certainly will, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So what the point I'm trying to get at is that I think the boomer generation and the Gen X figured out how to thrive in the situation that they were in, which is that you essentially treat homes like car leases, where it's like, this isn't really a family home. I'm not passing this on to anybody. This isn't about building generational wealth. This is just about accommodating the family and suiting our needs until we can either upgrade, spec house, flip, or find a better deal. And you guys have a very financially savvy way of approaching this, But I think that this younger, more conservative generation has learned a few things, and they're like, this is kind of fucked up. Like we want to own our own property. We want to have our own house.
Just
We want to be able to pass it to our kids, you know?
Just to interject real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just interject real quick. I think one thing too that is important with the whole house buying versus renting is, and this kind of goes to Griz's point, is you are hedging on inflation. So you lock into that house with that interest rate, and you're paying it, and inflation's going to inflate, right? So you are hedging your bets against inflation. Anytime you can position yourself to hedge on inflation instead of trying to fight it or, giving a nihilism about it, I think you're in a better position. But I do think that's a pretty important thing to kind of realize.
Yeah, I agree. But I'll also say that when we start talking about the ability to buy a home or that you want to build generational wealth. Well, first of all, I flat out own 3 properties. There's no debt against them other than the property tax, which is minimal. And hopefully, again, because of the way the assessors have been jacking things around, especially here in Middle Tennessee, I may not have to pay property tax this year because they overassessed me last year. I don't know yet. I'm waiting on that. And regardless of that, the idea is that you start with a starter home and you build some equity in it, or you at least don't lose any money, and then you sell that home and you buy a nicer home that you will be your wealth building home or your forever home. The problem is that we don't see forever homes anymore because people, they buy a home, they raise their kids in it, and then the kids go off to wherever. They don't live at home anymore. They don't visit grandma like they used to. We do not have multi-generational families living in a home anymore. And so what ends up happening is you have these 2 people that are living in this massive house that they had for 6 or 8 people, and they don't need it. And so
they get a condo in Florida, right?
And it's worth a lot of money. And so that is their retirement plan, is to sell this house and use the money from that to downsize. I know 2 people this year who've done that. As a matter of fact, I have a friend of mine right now who's getting his house ready to sell so that he can move into an apartment down in Chattanooga to be close to his grandkids. And that's the only thing in his life that matters is being close to his grandkids. And he will live in a 1-bedroom apartment. I guarantee it.
What do you guys think about the meme where it's like, you see this around online all the time with the Gen Zs kind of bitterly spat as an invective towards people of the Gen X and boomer generation, where it's like, oh yeah, pull myself up by the bootstraps, coming from the guy who like bought his house with, his 9-to-5 job. And
nobody's ever done that.
And maybe working at the ice cream shop on Saturday.
But that's the mythology. That's just mythology. I don't know anybody that worked a normal job that bought a house before they were at least 28 years old, usually in their 30s. So
I do with my parents. My parents did.
Two things can be true at the same time, right? Like you can look at the inflation over the years and the salary. They don't match up. The math isn't mathing. But to Grid's point, also, like it's not the turnkey, like I own the house within 15, 20 years situation either.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of truth to it, right? As far as like the inflation goes. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be something, right? Yeah. Each generation is going to have its own thing they're going to have to tackle and overcome.
It's true.
So this is just the newest iteration of that. And it becomes a situation of you can look to the past and get go into nihilism about it and think about how the past generation has kind of screwed you over. Or you can kind of take the approach of, okay, this might not be my fault, but it might be my duty to fix it.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. That's kind of my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I know. I like where he's at with that, and I want to add to it a little bit. So, I don't know anyone personally that bought a house before they were 30, except maybe a long, long time ago. But his parents helped him, so I'm not counting that. I bought my first house at 35, right? And that seems like a normal thing. The idea that you can buy a house at 21, 22, 23 years old is insane to me. Without your parents' help, without, anything like that. Like that's crazy to me. Now, I know that people do it. Clover Tack's probably going to wander in here in a second and say, well, I bought a house when I was 18 because I got married at 18. I had kids at 21 and I needed a house. And I'm sure he did in nowhere, Texas for like 20 grand or something, which is fine. That worked for him. It may not work for you. And that's fine. But let's look at the opposite. Let's look at the actual reality that you guys are not facing. The boomers die off and the properties are being sold, but they're not being sold because according to you, nobody can afford them. And that is actually true. The market is slowing down quite a bit. And we're seeing properties that wouldn't stay on the market for 10 days or 14 days. Now they're 30, 60, 90, 120 days. There's actually been upper limit properties in the, things over $1 million, $1.5 million that have stayed on for months, years even. So the really scary part of this, which you guys don't seem to, or not being the younger generation, the Gen Z, Millennial, Gen Y, Gen Alpha doesn't care yet, but they will, is what happens when all of those houses are empty and the market crashes for real?
You tell me.
Well, you won't have any money. You won't have any money because there are so many people, which is what Trump just literally said. He said he needs to preserve the wealth in this real estate because if it, and this has happened before in our society where we have a lot of people pass, a lot of property comes available, inventory, a massive inventory leads to a drop in prices every single time. And if it
kind of like what's happening in Japan, actually.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to mention that there's houses in Japan. If you really want a $75,000 house, move to Japan because you can buy a really, really nice house for but the equivalent of $75,000 US. And it's a really nice house, but you have to live in Japan. And the same thing could and very likely will happen here, especially once especially depending on what the laws they pass and where the interest rate goes and what inflation does. I mean, in theory, real estate always goes up because there's only so much inventory and people need more every day. But the reality is we're building like crazy. In Nashville alone, a year and a half ago, there was a really great article that came out about there was 18,000 unoccupied apartments that were new that had been built. 18,000. That's a massive amount of inventory. And there's still a large chunk of them are still empty. And what that's actually about to create is a situation where they're trying to stabilize the rents. They don't want the contractors won't rent them out cheaper because they have to, if they start to lower the price of the rents, that means their valuation goes down, which means the bank is going to come and foreclose on that property because they can't pay for the property. So as long as they're kind of in this limbo of, well, it's in theory, it's worth, we have 100 apartments worth $3,000 or $4,000 a month. As long as they're in that nebulous thing, the banks are happy right now to just let it slide. But the banks can only carry that much dead weight for so long. This is what happened back in 2005, leading into 2008.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a very, very, it's going to get, we have a high potential for it to get really sporty. And what Trump just did and people kind of made fun of it, of him saying, we're trying to preserve the wealth of these older generations. It's not just preserving the wealth for them, it's preserving the wealth for you. Because so much of our economy is tied up in what is tied up in what real estate is worth and what people are willing to loan on. If we change that dynamic by too much, I don't care how much Bitcoin you have. I don't care how much physical gold you have. If the real estate market takes a dive, the entire economy will suffer because of it. So while I certainly understand that people want cheap housing, and I do believe that there's a way to have cheaper housing. At this point, I don't understand. I don't know where that's going to come from. I don't know what that's going to take. Me personally, we buy a ton of houses in Columbus, Ohio. I think we own over 20 now in Columbus, Ohio. The fund does. I personally only own one there. And we rent them out when they go up a given amount, we'll sell them because that's what a fund does.
Mm-hmm.
So, and once we sell them, we'll reinvest and repeat, right? Like this is just what a fund does. We're not here to dictate the price. We're not here to, or we obviously can't move the needle, but anybody can buy the same house I buy. We don't get a deal or anything. I just am able to do it quickly.
I have to use the little boy's room real quick. Man. Do you guys mind giving?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's give some advice to these Gen Zs about how to acquire that first home and what you would do starting square one.
Gen Z.
Yeah, Grid. How much would you say importance is it for younger generations, just people in general, understanding the difference between an asset and a liability, especially when it comes to like everything they buy, right? Like cars, homes, things like that. Because if you have an asset, you can kind of hedge yourself against some of these things, versus just, piling up because I think a lot of people, especially the younger crowd, they think, oh, you grab a bunch of money and you store it away. Well, that fiat is just sitting in the bank, depreciating every day. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I think that it's really the way that people currently like to try and think of assets versus liabilities is very interesting. I actually call it bad math, right? Like this is just, and when I look at something, I'll either say, oh, that's good math that works out, or this is bad math because it may look like it's going to work out. And if you add up everything, it works, but it's so contingent on some other thing, right? It's contingent on the interest rate staying the same or the interest rate dropping. It's contingent on property values continuing to increase in that area, which is no guarantee at this 21. It's just not anymore. It's the same thing with high price luxury cars. And so one of the things I did years ago is I bought a Ferrari. It's irrelevant how much I paid for it, but I kept it for about 6 months. I didn't drive it. I sold it. I made money, and I knew the day I bought it that I was going to make money on it. Right. And there was a time when if something you wanted to do, you could go and buy a Lamborghini, a Gallardo, or a Aventador, or a Huracan, or whatever, and keep it for a year. And you could keep it for a year, and you could make about 50 grand on it. Maybe more. With Porsche, right? Porsche used to be insane. You could. Even today, with the market kind of crumbling down around it, even today, if you have an allocation for a GT3 RS, the car retails for, I think, $340,000. If you have an allocation, you can sell the car before it's ever delivered. You can sell your allocation for $400,000. You make 80 grand right out of the gate.
It's interesting how that flips from, cars, just everyday cars versus the higher end cars, because it's the complete opposite, obviously, on the just the everyday cars you might go to a dealership and buy. Those are depreciating as soon as you drive them off the lot.
Well, it's rare. Well, again, this is the same thing that works in real estate, right? Any asset that you have, the thing that makes it an asset is scarcity value. If you don't understand scarcity value, then you're going to have a really hard time understanding why people pay things for things, right? And there is no scare. This is the same thing in the dating marketplace. This is the same thing in everything, right? If there's only so many of them, they're valuable. The more.
So if let's say a young buck, he's coming up in the world, he's starting to get a little money. What would your advice be as far as acquiring assets at a base level? So what would you say to target?
So if I were to give someone advice right now about you want to increase your personal wealth, I would buy a business. I would use an SBA loan. I would target a business in the. All right, let's just say that guys come into some money. He has somewhere between 50 and 100 grand, more or less liquid, right? And he has a lot of choices. You can go buy. You could invest that money in watches and see a 3, 5, 10% return over a couple of years, and have nice watches. You could go invest that money in very specific automobiles. You'd have to track them and identify which ones. And now there's 100 or 150 people doing the same thing. So you've got to compete with those people, and somehow you have to get the allocations. You have to to be able to get one of those vehicles, and then know what to do with it. But you could do that. But understand that $100,000 is going to be a down payment. You're going to have some carrying costs on that over that year, right? Or maybe you can put 50 down and you just take the other 50,000, and that just carries it over the year. And you hope that it sells for more before you run out of the ability to make the payments on it. Because a payment on a $300,000 car is about $4,000 a month. So,
what do you say, Grid, to like somebody with a little bit more barrier to entry, like younger guy, say 24 years old, just got his first career going. He's making about 50 to 60 grand a year, let's say. Nothing to phone home about in terms of benefits. He's renting an apartment probably for about 12 to 15. And he's probably not really making it. Honestly, he's probably got a second job to cover everything, especially if he's got like a wife and kids. Like, how does that guy who doesn't really have a credit history yet, maybe he even has bad credit because he goofed in college or something, and his credit score is like 580 or something like that. Like, none of this is feasible for that guy.
So what I tell people all the time, there's always a path, right? You just have to understand that it may not be the path you want. When I was a young man and I had no money, I lived like I had no money, and I existed like I had no money, and I saved as much as I could. And I was able to use the talents I had, which, I did a lot with cars, and I was in motorsports, and I was able to flip cars and do other things to generate some money. And eventually I opened my own shop. And I actually opened my own shop with under $5,000. I was able to sign a lease. I was able to sign a lease, buy some equipment, and I bought my. I didn't buy it, but I built my shop. I built it from, with that $5,000 investment, I ended up with about. My first year is averaging about $50,000 a month in receipts, receivables, and that was probably translated to probably about $10,000, $12,000 a month in cash flow, and I just built it from there. And then I bought a paint and body shop. That's literally an ATM. Like if you own a paint and body shop. And have insurance contracts, you're going to make an ass ton of money. It's just what I have.
Z was curious, what year did you open your first shop there?
2005.
Oh, it was in 05. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. You know, I'm really happy for you, dude. That's a really good path to success. You know, like that's an estimable thing that I think we should all emulate.
That I could leverage. Yeah. So if you don't have skills you can leverage, then it's a little harder. And I tell people this all the time, and there's always, if you look around in I don't care where you live, if you look around in your area, there will be a landscape company or a trash hauling company, or there's going to be some little company that needs investment. An automotive shop, maybe, or an electrical company or an electrical contractor. And they need to buy a new truck, or they need to buy, a trailer. And I personally, I love landscape companies. I think landscape companies are friggin' awesome to invest in. Usually the guy running the place is, because it's really hard work. So they tend to be really super honest, and they tend to work long hours, and they value the relationships that they make, because they need the same clients every year, right? Without that repeat clients, they go out of business. So usually, and I vet them pretty carefully, but they're one of my favorite small businesses to invest in, because I can go out and buy them a truck for $5,000, or, go out, or $10,000, get them a new setup, right? an old Ford F-150 with a 16-foot trailer and a Skag or whatever on the back, just and a couple of weed eaters. They'll hire a whole crew, and that will make them money. It'll make me money, right? And I don't have to lift a finger, right? I just come around every once in a while and collect my money, right? And
I guess the challenge is just getting solvent enough that you actually have money in the bank, as opposed to living hand to mouth, which seems to be like one of the biggest complaints that I've seen and experienced myself is these guys will be doing the bootstraps routine where they're living real frugal. They'll be living in, cheap places. They'll be not going out. They don't drink like our generation drank. So they're not disposable income. Yeah. They're not like going out and wasting money on bar tabs like I did. Like my generation drank a lot. Like these Gen Zs don't drink, And so it's like, I mean, yeah, there's probably some cases where it's like you could look at their books and be like, yeah, you're being stupid with money here and there. But like for the most part, they're just poor. And they're still showing up to work, and they're still doing a lot, and they're still kind of in this trap where they just can't seem to break out of it. It's like a whirlpool. Like they're keeping themselves from going down to the bottom, but they're just spinning in a circle. Like how do they get to the point to where they even have the capital to invest in the first place?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so I can use my brother's kid as a kind of a
You can use an SBA loan to invest in companies, can't you?
You can take some time. You have to work at it. The problem is I tell you what I find is most people don't actually want to put the time and effort in beyond what they get a paycheck for. So whereas to this day, every single morning I wake up and I try and figure out how I can enhance my wealth. Every single morning. And I sit there, I look at real estate, I look at businesses to buy, I look at all kinds of things to be able to make my life better. Not because I have all of this free time, but because it's just what I do. Because I still think of myself as a really poor guy, right? Like I still have that mentality. So when we start looking at, how do you improve yourself, right? So I gave this, I'm going to give you the same example I gave my nephew 7 years ago, and he didn't take it. He kind of took it, but he sucked at it and he gave up. But you know, he had a job. He wasn't making much money. He had a girlfriend who spent all of his money. So he was constantly broke, constantly late on his truck payment, constantly late. You know, he borrowed money from me a couple of times. He is basically exactly what you're talking about. Right. And he was even stupider than most because he had a good job at Nissan, but he just didn't want to do it because his girlfriend didn't want him to work overnight shifts. And he, like a dumbass, quit. All right. Okay. So I said, look, and at that time, he was working, I believe, for a paper company where they basically like make cardboard boxes for Amazon or some shit. And he had some free time, right? I said, look, man, you've got a truck. You can use my trailer. I had a lawnmower, which is a side story, but and I said, look, man, just go cut some yards. And when you get enough, and you don't even have to go cut them yourself. Just go around, you know, for an hour a day, and you know, talk to people that who look like they need their yard cut, and make them a deal on it. Because as long as you have money, as long as something's putting some money in your pocket, what is that hour of time worth to you? Well, my hour of time is worth X amount. It's worth $100 or worth $80, whatever the fuck it is.
Sure, yeah. Marte, how are we doing?
But his hour of time is worth nothing. His hour of time was worth nothing.
Not if it's not being used, right?
Not if you're not getting paid for it. So even if you mowed yards for and was the equivalent of $5 an hour, that's $5 for every hour that he did it that he didn't have earlier, didn't have before, which obviously he was going to get. And he did it for a couple of weeks, and you know, he just quit doing it. And then, of course, when you don't show up, people find somebody else who will show up. And so he lost all of the business that he had tried to acquire. And so he failed at it, and he gave up after. If he did it 4 months, I'd be shocked. I can go back and look, but most people put in the effort. But it's so little effort to go out and actually make money. It's so, I mean, it's a lot of effort, but it's what else is your time worth? Right? Like I was in a debate the other night where some guy was sitting there talking about how, you know, they would only get paid like, you know, some small, like $20 an hour or something. Well, $20 an hour is a lot of money to a lot of people, right? Like, why are you turning your nose up at that, right? Like, anyway, so it's, I think that, and look, and there's a measure of what are your skills. I do a lot of stuff. I can do a lot of things, but you know, maybe, and some people can't. Some people don't have skills that translate into creating a business or running a business. But I mean, you can get into an SBA loan for, like, if I were going to tell somebody, let's just say they had a reasonable credit history, not great, but no BKs, nothing like that, and it was over, like, you know, it's like mid 600, right? And so you got medium bad credit, medium okay credit, whatever. They have not a whole lot of actual money. But they have some experience. Maybe they've run something before, or they were a manager of some place, or what. They have some experience in whatever they're trying to do. Let's call it a concrete company, right? And they've had a lot of experience dealing with construction workers, and I'm just using this as an example. You can apply it anywhere. And they have a lot of experience getting concrete workers to show up. They speak enough Spanish to tell the guys to work faster, and they have a presentable look so that they can sell, right? Actually, I'll use a real example. I almost bought a company that does epoxy coatings on concrete. So they did walkways, floors, pools.
I used to do that.
Yeah. garages. 150,000. I could have bought the company for $150,000, which was fucking steal. The company actually made a pretty good chunk of money. The problem is that the guy who ran it was also the guy doing all the selling, and he wasn't smart enough to actually hire somebody to do the selling or the running of the company. One or the two. You can't do both. So, when we were doing it, I literally outlined how I was going to 10x that company, and he ended up getting a loan from his father-in-law and staying in business and not selling it to me, which was my own mistake of running my damn mouth too much. But I could have bought that company for 150 grand. I would have had to give him maybe $10,000 up front, with a properly written up contract. The company made more than enough money to pay the debt for that. It wouldn't have come, it still would have paid me a good salary every month. And, it was a good deal for me. Came with a company car, I had, not a lot of assets, but because, it is what it is. And, it'd been an easy SBA loan, easy everything. And, that's a good way to get started. And there's all
I think
things out there.
I think it's great advice. I just it just seems to me like we have to go back even further to basics. Just given what I've seen and what I've experienced in my own life and all the guys I talk to, like your level of expertise and your experience and kind of where you came from and what you acquired, I think it would be fair to say, and maybe Marte, how you doing, man? Thanks for taking the time. I know you're just getting out of work and everything. Again, my focus is the Gen Zs, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what can we say to them to give them hope, actionable intel? You know what I mean? Like tangible results. A lot of these guys can't change their own oil, bro. Like they can't. Like they're not. They didn't have dads who taught them life skills.
Right.
They are really good at parsing information. Mm-hmm. They're very autistic. They're really good at arguing and debating. They have an ability to acquire information very quickly, but they don't have actual functional make you money skills. Like,
right.
Yeah, maybe they can write reports or they know how to use AI to do stuff. And like, they could probably do bookkeeping and like kind of basic office stuff. But realistically, they don't have those social skills. They don't have the ability to sell and do cold calls. A cold call would give them an anxiety attack. Like, they don't have the ability to change their own oil. Like I said, like they don't have a dad who taught them how to hang the blinds in their house. So and then they also have bad credit, probably because they got depressed and just forgot to pay their bills and didn't care. And they probably also don't have anything in the bank because they're living hand to mouth. It's like, we got to start like further back, I think.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. The Gen Z example, which I do believe that there's probably a significant number of people out there. You know what? Not everybody's meant to succeed. And unfortunately, they weren't given the skills to succeed, and it may be too late for them to learn them. Otherwise, they have to suck it up and learn how to do it. The fact that you didn't have a dad to teach you how to change your own oil doesn't stop you when you can literally get on YouTube and watch a video how to do it and learn. And it's interesting because all the Gen Z guys I know, all the actual Gen Z guys I know. Now, I'm going to be honest. Most of them are car guys. A lot of them are former mill. They're .mil, .gov, .something. They're hard chargers, man. They're nothing like what you're describing. Like they're literally they're all about doing a great job and working hard and actually setting up businesses. A lot of them are setting up businesses that don't occur to me because I don't live on I live in an electronic world, but I don't think of electronic business the way they do. And so I don't have that experience with Gen Z that you're describing. I hear the press tell me about it and I hear people talk about it, but I don't have that experience with Gen Z like that. right?
Well, let's get Marte's take on this, man. Thanks for being patient. We're talking about Gen Z, giving them actionable advice. We're talking about the economy, the buying power of the dollar, how to find real estate. Like, what's your experience, and like, what kind of information would you impart to these guys? You're coming in muted.
I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't even know what this was about. I was kind of lost. But that's such a broad spectrum that you just laid out. This can be like 56 different things that I could say and offer as input. I don't even know where to start. That's such a broad base.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, let's talk. We got these young guys, these Gen Zs, and they're in their 20s, and they're looking to get their life going, to get themselves out of this loop, this death loop of, work 2 jobs, barely pay the bills, can't save any money. Like, where would you go? What would you say to them if they come up to you like, Marte, I got to get out of this?
I'm going to be honest with them and be upfront with them and tell them it's tough, man. It is tough, but they need to lean into some form of discipline in life. For some reason, nowadays, we have single parent households now, and mostly manned by a lot of these women. And that can be...
Sorry, we lost you there, brother.
Mike just died again.
Yeah, your mic died, brother. I've got you on my end. I know you're not muted on my end, so it just kind of cut out there for a second. You're still out. Yeah, you're still out. Well, Mo, while he's trying to get that mic situated, what's your thought on this? Like, I know you kind of said lean into responsibility there.
Yeah, well, one practical thing that I can offer that I think is good for young guys is expand your horizons a good bit. Like, okay, so you're in this job, right? You're not making a whole bunch of money.
Still out.
Does let's say you're in Louisiana, right? Does Ohio have a good job? Does Nevada have a good job? Move away, get out of small town, get out of your comfort zone, because it's going to do quite a few things psychologically for you too. You're going to be out on your own. You're going to be in a new environment. You don't know anybody there except for maybe the business that you hired on with. You're to quote an old saying, you're kind of creating your death ground, right? You're going to sink or swim, and it's going to mature you quite rapidly taking that approach. And so you can find, if you open your horizons to all the U.S., you can find a job somewhere that's going to be paying more than what you're making now. And that's hard, right? To like leave your comfort zone where you might have family, you might have all this like perceived safety nets, but those safety nets can only last for so long. You have to be willing to get out there and forge something for yourself. So I do recommend young guys to move. I think that is a pretty healthy thing for young guys. Move somewhere, find a better paying job, and then you can take that high paying job and you have more liquid, save up. You can do some of the things that Grid has talked about here, right? You have that now, suddenly that's within the realm of possibility because you've taken the risk. Life in general does not reward people who don't take a risk. You have to take a risk.
Hey, for people who are just tuning in, we are just a collection of gentlemen talking about traditional values. We started with the halftime show, and it has spiraled from, the culture is being taken from white folks all the way to here's some financial advice on how to get an SBA loan. So, Marte, how's that mic, man? Is there any luck on your end? No, we're still not getting you. I know you're not muted over here. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. But I just feel bad for these guys, for those tuning in. We want to give you actionable solutions. We want to acknowledge the difficulties that you're experiencing in the current economy and current, clown world that we're kind of living in. But we also want you to know that, we're sharing your pain. I'm a millennial, but I'm very much in the same boat as a lot of these Gen Zs. And so my heart goes out to you guys. But there's a lot of folks out here like Grid and Mo who have some really good advice. Now, I did want to say something to Mo here too. This is another thing that I've seen actually. A lot of these Gen Z guys where they're responding directly to that piece of advice, which is you need to relocate. And I think a lot of it stemmed around something that Ben Shapiro said once a few years ago, where he's like, you're just going to have to move. You're not owed like a place, like a home or whatever. Like you need to migrate, be young, go make money, etc. And there was a lot of backlash to that, where they're saying like, why do we have to leave? Like, why can't we build a home where we grew up? Why can't we have a hometown? Why can't we have like a shire, so to speak? And what would be your opinion to that, Mo? How would you respond to that?
Well, I would say that there's nothing saying you can't, right? So the idea is that you have to be practical with some of these things, right? To Grid's point, the path forward might not be the one you necessarily ideally want. But let's say you do move, you start getting the income going. There's nothing stopping you once you get more established to moving back to your shire and buying something which will also probably be cheaper because you've gone off and you've made more wealth for yourself. There's nothing to stop you from doing that later.
Which would be
there is a obsession of the here and now. I think a lot of people, and this is a general across the board, but it's not necessarily just a young person thing. People in modernity, they want instant gratification. They want something, they want it now. They want it to, I put in this effort, I get, X result. That's just not the reality for most of human history, right? You have to be willing to trust the process and grind to a certain degree. And
well, you know what's funny is what you're describing is kind of the classic hero's journey. It's like
exactly, yeah.
You saw this a lot with like the World War I guys, going off to the trenches, and the ones that made it back, they would go back home and start a life in their hometown. This is sort of the classic, like you go off, you slay the dragon, you take the treasure back to the hometown, and you enrich your community that you grew up in, right? You pass the wisdom and the gold down. And so it's interesting to phrase it that way. It's more optimistic. I think a lot of people kind of look at it real nihilistically, where they're like, hey, we had our jobs taken from us from like brown people from some foreign place who are scammers. I didn't get a chance to get a house because like BlackRock and these other places jacked up the rates or whatever. Everything's overinflated from things that had nothing to do with me. So I can't, my buying power sucks. Like my education's worth dick, and now I'm working like 2 jobs just to barely get by in some Matchbox apartment that, I can hear my neighbor through the wall. And then they have on top of that, adding insult to injury, they have some old guy like basically condescending to them all the time about how they're just a cupcake and they need to stop eating avocado toast. And it's like, bitch, I've never even eaten avocado toast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, I get where guys like my dad and where Grid are coming from, because I know they're right. I know that their advice works. But there's also a bit of a presentism that where it's specific to a time and a place, where it doesn't quite work universally for everyone.
I'll get to that in a second.
Hey, there you are, Marte. We can hear you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
I was just going to say, it becomes a practical, looking at it practically, right? Like what is, okay, even if you grant all that, everything you just said, okay, it's all true, guys. Great. Now what? What is the path forward? What you going to sit around and just stew in your own nihilism, or are you going to take on that American spirit, the exploring hero's journey? Are you going to go out there and slay that dragon? You have to look at it in practical means. I think if people get too rigid and, well, I want it to work this way, and if it doesn't work this way, then I don't want it. You have to get out of that mindset.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Marte, what are your thoughts, man?
Oh, is it cool?
Yeah, you're coming in
now, man.
We got you now.
Well, I was going to say before my mic cuts out again, that I would tell them to lean into discipline, because a lot of homes right now do not have that right now. A lot of the male figures aren't present right now. And I would lean into some form of suffering, which is like, if you look at discipline, they're one and the same. They're like cousins to each other. And we need to lean into that. We're so sensitive as a culture where hard work is a foregone thing from the past. And we don't have that. That doesn't exist because laptops and our phones are in front of our faces the whole time. Case in point, not to like conflate things, Grid, by the way, but I just heard the whole panel talk about how maybe I don't work hard and all this other stuff. But it's like, we have to think about this. It's like, there has to be something to be said for work ethic. And here's the thing, though. You can't just work hard for the sake of working hard. We have to look at where we're placing our hard work. Now, I wouldn't tell my son or my future kids to go into colleges and then try to seek into bleeding money into groups where they're not going to see an exchange of interest, meaning like you're not going to get a gender studies degree. You're probably still going to be working as a barista. Even after that, I would actually tell men to lean into discipline and suffering, meaning like the trades, trade work, things like this. I'm going to diesel mechanic school, you know, or anything else. Even if you want to become like a pro athlete, I would tell you not to do what I did, because the less than 1% turn pro. It's really desolate out there. It'll lead you to nihilism unless you have hard work and genetics. But the same thing can be leaned into like even the trades. If you don't have hard work, if you don't know what discipline is, or have like a relationship with suffering, you're not going to produce anything. Like Grid was saying earlier, I was listening on the way here, like even an auto body shop, even paint or anything like this, if you don't understand the discipline of waiting to be in the red for like a period of time or even months before you can even see money come out of this business, like you're not going to understand this because your skin is so thin. We have to be able to tolerate rainy days, and it's not going to happen. So the first thing I tell men is like, you're not going to get the cheat code. If you're sitting behind computers and laptops and you have everything handed to you because you're behind a phone the whole time and you're being fed everything, that's just literally dumbing you down. Get there, get your heart, get your hands dirty, get out there and break your back for a couple hours learning shit, reading books, getting your hands dirty, turning wrenches and doing things actually outside of the home, off of the computer. Not everything should be fed to you through online computer, AI, or whatever this is. Actually get in there and kill yourself or be defeated, fail your way forward if you have to some degree. That's how I did it. That's what I would do, but find a practical solution like blue collar trade work, things like that, that actually have production in the end. Like what Grid was saying, his shop is like an ATM, things like that, that actually have production value, not like a gender studies degree, things like that, but actual real world science. Grid was on the money when he said that. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah.
I'll say too, there's something that circles back to what I was talking about earlier. Like, I really agree with Grid and Mo that it's probably best to have relationships young, to get married young and have kids young. And one of the reasons why is because nothing will scare you into doing things you don't want to do, like the terror of not being able to take care of your kids. I'll tell you, like for me, for instance, I was very risk averse when I was single and I was in my 20s. And I also was very depressed. You know, I genuinely looked at all the information and I was very good at like thinking things through to their logical conclusion and thinking like 10 steps ahead. And all I saw were negatives. All I saw was negative outcomes. And so what that did is that gave me analysis paralysis. And so for a lot of my 20s, I kind of wasted a lot of time just kind of fidgeting around and like thinking nothing was going to work out. There's no point taking this risk or trying to invest in this or, you know, going and doing a trade school for that. There was no there's no ROI in it, you know? And so I thought I talked myself out of a ton of potential opportunities, and who knows, maybe I would have been right. Maybe it would have all crashed and burned, but I didn't even try. And so I think that there's probably a lot of that too. I think there's a lot of very smart kids who have a lot of information, but they don't just have that good old fashioned get up and go. Like, just try it. You know what I mean? I think they do what I did, where they talk themselves out of things. I don't know. Am I just projecting myself too much onto it, or?
I think a lot of people are just afraid to fail, and I think you should actually lean into some failure sometimes. I don't think it's like when I was growing up, I got into a lot of fights. I grew up in group homes and shelters. I was homeless as a kid at like 12 years old and ran away from his stepfather who liked to beat kids and touch kids when he got drunk, things like that. So the reason why I say that is to say this, like, if you're running from a fight because you're afraid of getting killed, you'll always get killed by anything that tells you it's going to fight. And I grew up with the thought process of thinking Big Ricky's chin is the same size as my chin. What's the worst that's going to happen? Yeah, I mean, you get knocked out, you pass out, you're not going to die. You know, things like, maybe I was a crazy madman, but I think that if we're leaning into things and we always think that we're going to die and there's death associated with everything, you're overcorrecting this thing because you've been too sensitized growing up. So I think that when you run towards gunfire instead of away from it, it tends to teach you things like this isn't going to absolutely kill me. Maybe I'll learn something from this. That's what I mean by discipline and hardship. I think that if we have this and we're risk averse, I think the way to avoid being risk averse is to do the thing that you're afraid of and get used to doing this. Let it kill you several times and realize that you have not more than 9 lives in the end of this. And what you're going to do is become adaptive and become more knowledgeable through failing several times. And I think that that's what we need. We need to learn how to fail our way to success to some degree, not absolutely, but to some degree, there should be an association with that for sure.
Yeah.
Grid.
Yeah.
Grid. How much did curious Grid? How much did you fail before you kind of got some traction?
I mean, I failed several times to open a shop. And I would generally it was so it's never one thing that gets you, right? So there's a thing in aviation that it takes 3 things to kill you, right? You can be tired and the weather can suck, but you can, or pardon me, yeah, you can be tired and the weather can suck it, but the airplane's perfect and you have good, your instruments are great and everything, and you'll make it, right? Or you can be wide awake and alert, but your instruments could be a little wonky, and it's maybe it's nighttime, right? And you still get by. Maybe you got a cold and you're a little tired, but that third thing will get you. The engine's not running right. The weather, now it's IMC or whatever. It takes 3 things to get you. And I think that holds true in life, right? Like you can, and in business, what I found was originally I had the talent to actually make the things happen, to work, right? I was really good at my job. I was really good at my skill level, but I didn't know how to run a business, and I didn't know how to run I knew kind of how to manage people, but I didn't really know how to manage people. And so I failed and I went to work for somebody else. And I was very good for me because I spent time as a mercenary. And that developed me. By mercenary, I meant that I was in race car terminology. I was a guy that was a fly-in guy, right? So you would if you had a race team and you needed a knowledgeable, strong cruise guy, you'd hire me. I'd send you over a contract, and I actually made a lot of money doing that. And I could always fall back on that, right? The thing is that here's what people don't do. You have to have something you can fall back on. I had a friend of mine who was an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, and every time he'd go bust, every time he'd run out of money, he'd go to work at a fast food joint, and usually Taco Bell, because he liked the food and he knew he could get lots of hours, right?
Like Bell.
He could get as many hours as he could, right? And he didn't have to pay for food. So I mean, and literally that was always his fallback. He would go broke, he'd start a business, he would go broke or go almost broke, and he'd go get a job at Taco Bell or whatever, and he would work as many hours as they pay him to show up, and he would and he'd dig himself out of debt or whatever it was, and he'd go right back to, and I'm sure today he probably owns a multi-million-dollar company. I mean, he had the drive. If he failed, it's not for lack of drive, right? For me, my fallback was always that I had a set of skills that I could market to a very specific group of people that not everybody has, right? Like there were very few people like me. And so I knew that I could always find work. And so taking risk, I never even thought of it as taking risk, right? Like it never crossed that threshold of this is a risk. I could fail. And that's a mindset thing. Like we can get into that another time, but, so the first time I failed, it was no big deal. Just went right back to doing mercenary work. I didn't even miss a beat. I just shut the shop down and kept on rolling. And I ended up, and then a while later I was like, well, maybe try again. And that time I understood how to do the work. I understood how to run the books and make, how to make it all work. But I didn't really understand how to manage people, manage customers, book in jobs, book out. I really didn't have the overarching business portion of the business down. So I actually went to work for a guy in Colorado. The company still exists today, 3R Auto, 3R Racing. Went to work for them, and during the interview, Bob asked me, where do you see yourself? 5 years, 10 years? I'm like, well, in 5 years, I'm going to have another shop. I want to come work for you. I think I can do a great job for you, but I'm 100% honest with you. In 5 years, I'm going to go out on my own. I'm going to have my own shop, and I'm here to learn how to run a shop. You run one of the best shops in the country, and I'm here to learn from you. And that was actually my strategy. The way that I got to where I was, kind of teeing off of what Marte said, is I originally ran movie theaters. That was my job in college. So I ran movie theaters. And I had a really good idea, I understood how to do that. But I enjoyed racing. And so I went to work for a race team, and I was willing to literally live in the shop. Race shops have showers generally. And I literally lived in the shop. I slept in a sleeping bag on the floor in a spare room, spare office. And I took a shower at the shop. I went out to eat every meal because they didn't have anywhere, didn't have a lunchroom or anything. And I lived in the shop. I had no rent, no nothing. I was just stacking cash, and they allowed me to do that because I was very talented at what I do. And I would work for 12, 13, 14 hours a day, no problem. And
well, yeah, that's excellent. The only reason I'm cutting you off is because I kind of want to put a hard stop on this.
Sure.
We're going about 4 hours and 30 minutes. What I'd like to do, though, especially since Marte didn't get a chance to talk too much, is I'd like everybody to kind of give their final piece of parting advice to close out this stream. You just pick something short and sweet that you can say to encourage these young Gen Zs who are really struggling right now, be it financially, spiritually, politically, the whole shebang. Just kind of pick something you think you want to hone in on for them. And I'll start, and then we'll kind of move to Grid, then Mo, and then we'll let Marte have the final word on it. The thing I would say is if you get the spiritual stuff in order, that will tell you your purpose in this life, and it will make the suffering bearable. So regardless of whether you fail or succeed based on anybody's arbitrary standards of what that means, or what time you live in, or what country you happen to be in, or what income bracket, whatever, whether you're starving on the side of the road and you're doing the best you can with begging, or if you're actually some Nepo baby with a platinum spoon born in his mouth and you have unfathomable wealth, either way, you're going to have to deal with a lot of hardship in this life. And the most important thing is your salvation. So if you can get that part right, the other stuff doesn't quite matter as much, and it will become part of the journey it'll be salvific for you. The struggles, the pains, the financial turmoil, all that stuff will be part of the allocated suffering that God gives you to help you find your way. And if you look at it through that lens, no matter what challenges you face, they are not insurmountable because they were there for you. They were designed for you. And so just try to keep your chins up, try to stay focused and on that path, the royal path, we would call it. And really just remember that even the worst days, you are not alone. Let's go to Grid.
Yeah. So the piece of advice I would always give is that the only person who decides when you quit is you. And your mindset, your worldview is very important. And you get to determine that, right? I have no regrets in life. I never have. I haven't since I did a thing in military school. I don't have regrets. I make peace with myself every night. And I'm at peace with the world and my failures. And you will fail. And if you don't fail, you were the only person that never has, right? Or you just didn't try. If you want to improve your lot in life, you have to be willing to improve it. It doesn't just happen. It never has just happened. It's hard work. It's sacrifice. There's the word sacrifice is in there for a reason. And I don't know what's more to say. I think that it's I think the world's always been hard, and we have it. This is the easiest world the human beings have ever lived in. To complain about it borders on insanity. That's it.
Mo?
Yeah, I would agree with what you both said there. I would say don't give in to nihilism. You know, it's easy, especially if you're chronically online. Understand that, you know, let's accept everything. Yeah, everything's bad. Everything is working against you, but you have to focus on what you can change, what you can't, and not what you can't. So what you can change is you can move. You can find a higher paying job somewhere else. You can take a risk when you're younger, a little easier. So don't be afraid to fail. Failure is going to happen. It's part of becoming a man, right? So keep that in mind and just understand there's a path forward, and you can get over that hill. You just have to be willing to climb it.
And Marte with the final word, sir.
I mean, it's kind of hard to follow up with all of these good final words, especially yours, Scott. I would say that we should cleave closer towards Christ. I'm going to emulate what you just said, Scott, but kind of say it in my own words and maybe refine it just in my own way. I think that the first thing we should work towards is theosis more than everything else, and then move towards that. Very oftentimes do we put money before everything else, and we'll say, no, I have to think about survival mode before anything else. We have monks on Mount Athos right now that aren't concerned with work, the world, or anything else, and they're doing just fine. We have other people who aren't afraid to be put to the sword, and they'll say, well, I'm not going to renounce Christ, and they'll pass away as martyrs, and they're doing just fine even right now as saints. So we have to think about this. You can have a fear of death when it comes to things, and we can have a fear of even metaphorical death when it comes to certain things, like this whole adverse thing to fear. You're going to close doors on yourself and also opportunities for other people, because they're going to look at you as an outlet or even a redemptive example of things. Because that's one thing we can't do is tuck and run when it comes to certain things and have fear. I'm going to share one last thing to you right now, and you can put it on the screen if you want to. We open doors for plenty of different people and even ourselves, right? So when it comes to this, it's like I have plenty of friends in the industry. This is one of the clients I work with. Craig Robinson came out here last month. I did work on him. You can also take it off screen if you want to. But these are many things that Grid has hinted on as well. That guy was in the Hot Tub Time Machine. He was also in The Office and stuff. Craig's good people. But here's the thing, though, is like, in order to actually open more doors, sometimes you have to open up 10 different doors. And like the guy talked about, Grid talked about the guy who worked for Taco Bell. I'm a licensed myopractic. I do low voltage work. I do everything else. So it's like, I have probably 12 things to fall back on, including like construction. And I know how to do tiling, grafting, all this other stuff. It's like, and I have 2 state board licenses, all this. These aren't accolades. And this isn't like me saying, well, I have all this other stuff. No, these are like escapes. So if something gets set on fire, I have 8 doors to escape to should something get set on fire, so that way I can get over this hump or whatever that is, should I need to do this. But a lot of people, they'll say, well, there's nothing else to fall back on. So Grid brings up a good point. It's like, I don't care if you have to humble yourself down to do Taco Bell or construction work or low voltage work or anything else. It's like, you have to understand that we have to prepare for the worst no matter what happens. And the number one thing that I would say is Christ has to support all this. And I'm not preaching. I'm not like some evangelist. I'm just saying that unless you're walking towards theosis, you're always going to be living in survival mode no matter what. And you'll never be a martyr. You'll never be the person. You're just going to operate in fear. And I think in order to not live in fear, Christ has to be at the back of all this. And then we can start building from then. But I think that people have it the opposite way and they turn into materialists. That's all I'm saying.
Well said, guys. I appreciate all your inputs. Thanks for all your advice. And thank you guys for taking the time to be on the stream. It's been really good. Like I said, I kind of got pulled into this kicking and screaming by my wife, but she can be very compelling. And if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to spend the hours on here talking into this microphone and the camera and building an audience, I want to help them. I want these younger guys to feel like they have some hope. I want to be for them what I kind of wish that my non-existent mentors were for me when I was coming up. And so I would like to get to a point to where I can give them really great actionable intel, really good, kind of attaboys and pats on the back and encouragement, and also some good corrections. And so, hearing from you guys as well is extremely useful. So thank you guys so much for contributing to the stream. I'm going to finally get out of here and go spend some time with my wife. The rest of you, I hope you have a great Valentine's Day with your various respective Valentines. And we'll see y'all next time.
I'll still be on if anybody wants to come over to my stream. I'm going to be on for about 30 more minutes. So, but yeah, you guys take care. Christ is God.
All right. Christ is God. Good night, gentlemen.
Night.
Good to see you, gents. Yep. Night.
That's weird. All right. What's up, everybody? That was good. That was really good. That was a great chat back and forth. I did send Mo and Marte links. They may or may not join, but that's all right. If they don't, I'm perfectly willing to go inside and go to bed. My dog is outside, and let me see if she wants to come in. No, she just runs over to the minute she hears me move, she runs over to the door of the house. Will not be on tomorrow night. I'm my wife and I and my youngest son are going to Gatlinburg to hang out. We're going to go to some stuff. A helping hound. No worries about the spamming. I feel like I know you by a different username. Is it like Wonder Dog or something like that? I can't remember. But anyway, I digress. We'll see if the guys want to swing by and chat for a few. That's and that'll be fun. If not, that's okay too. And what else? What else I got? I got a notice tonight that I have I've been taken off of the wait list and put into the match for Superstition. So I will be out in Arizona in a few weeks, about a month, 4 weeks away. I actually need to get my flights and hotel and everything taken care of. I'll be flying into Phoenix Sky Harbor, and so we'll see about that. Give me one sec, guys, while I see if I can't see what's going on with my dog. Give me one sec. Get over here. All right. Yeah. All right. Good. So, so I will be doing a bunch of really cool stuff for the gun prattle. I don't have I honestly don't have another match that I'm aware of before I leave for Superstition. Let me check the schedule really quick while I'm thinking about it, because that could be important information. So down in Arizona, down around that, I believe it's Phoenix Mesa area. And so I am now in all of the matches that I want to be in, with the exception of Fall Brawl, which registration is not open yet, and Memorial, which I'm not sure that's open yet either. So I'm in all the matches that I want to shoot this year, starting for that. So it looks like I somehow snuck in and got in on the Glock match for this weekend. But I am not squatted or anything. Huh. That's interesting. That's weird. Registration is closed, obviously. But I can't see when I'm squatted. That's very interesting. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. So apparently I may be shooting Monday. So I have Superstition Mountain Mystery is the 18th. So I have a match I have a match on, when is that? March 15th. So I don't shoot, unless I shoot this Glock match tomorrow, I don't have a match on the schedule until the 15th of March, which is kind of terrible. All right. What's up, TVT? Good to see you. Gun Prattle is awesome. You should do a 2A tour of America, Browning, Winchester, etc. Probably. Yeah, it's hard to tour a company. I would. It's too bad. I don't think they're doing the Wyoming governor's match this year. If they were, and they were still doing it in Wyoming, that would be cool, because normally you can kind of you swing up to the Cody, Wyoming Firearms Museum, which is just incredible. So it looks like they do in July do the governor's match, but it looks like it is, damn it, it's just a USPS. It's not, the governor's match has gone gay. It used to be a 3-gun match. Now it's a 1-gun match. The Browning Museum at Nouveau. I'll look into that. I will look into that. It doesn't look like Mo or Marte are going to drop in. Let's see if maybe I'll drop in on them. Oh man, it's interesting the way Scott was talking about how the how he sees the Gen Xers. Let's just talk to Marte for a few minutes. A bit of a pilgrimage. Yeah, that'd be cool. At any rate, yeah, so I'm in all the matches I want to be in. We start the year with, let's see, we start the year with Superstition and the Magpul, Texas 3-gun championship. Then Zoo City Armory Battle for the South. So March is Superstition. April is the all right, there we go. All right, we're going to jump over onto history. Yo, all right, cool. Got everything. Not much, man. How are you? Yeah, I heard that. Mm.
And I'm just like, well, I don't really care. Why? I'm not going to feed the monsters anymore. So, and show up on their panels.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't understand. I don't get the kind of vitriol they have for you. I keep waiting for someone to define it for me, and so Beth put up a video where you had kind of called her out a little bit, but I didn't think there was anything to it, and I think she pretty much admitted that it wasn't that bad, and I really don't know, right? And I don't know if you rolled back through where I talked about it, but they're really hung up on a couple of different things, and it seems like that they for some reason think that you lie. They think that you a bunch of other stuff. And I said, I could go along with, I think sometimes, Marte's personalities, there's some arrogance there, or some comes off as kind of overly aggressive to some, maybe, I don't know. And, I told him, like, look, but what does that got to do with anything? I'm aggressive often. Like, what, I mean, nobody really talks shit about me, but it just seems like something with you, and then the whole thing about you telling them I don't know, it's a very interesting dynamic. And I kind of, you'll need to look at it, because I kind of, I said, look, I never, I just don't see where they just let up on you. And I told him, I said, if you call a grown ass man gay in a literally calling him gay, not like For example, I used, I said, if I call Vibe gay, it's just, like, hey, Vibe, your haircut looks gay. He's not really going to react to that, right? Not gonna. He'll be like, fuck you, whatever. But they've literally spent a month and a half now.
It's been 8 months, actually, 8 months. But that's the thing, I'll say, Grid,
is calling a grown ass man gay. Yeah. Like, that's insane to me. Like, this is insanity to me. Maybe, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just too old school for this deal, but, and then it's, I don't know. There's a bunch of, you should go back and look at what I said. Cause I'm like, I don't understand where you guys are coming at from this. I guess my biggest problem is I can't steel man their argument. Like, and I really tried, I've really tried to steel man their position on you. The worst that I can come up with is they believe you lie. Okay, fair enough. They believe
where?
Well,
like where?
Yeah,
they demonstrate
I don't know. I don't care. People can believe whatever they want to believe.
I care.
I know you care, but the thing is that people can believe whatever they want to believe, right? Like, they don't. And no matter. And I think in your position, I think that. No matter what you say, it's going to be twisted in a way that to feed that notion that they have, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say. It's like they were saying, well, they were making a big deal about the fact that you said, go find one example of me being gay. As that of you, they literally were saying that is you saying, hey, go look at my gay ass picture. Like, it's two totally different things. And this is one of the, like I said, I could not steel man their argument. The best I could come up with is Marte is can be aggressive and can be or seem to be what's the word I used? A little bit arrogant. And, that kind of, which is okay, but that's not a good argument, right? Like, that's not for what's been going on. Unfortunately, I went on Scott's about the same time Flow State came on, so he never really made his case to me. But I don't understand it. I don't understand why, and Beth is, I don't know what her real position is. I think that I think Beth doesn't like you, and I think that Beth I think Beth just doesn't like you for whatever reason.
I actually don't know why Beth doesn't like me. On your panel, this all started with, it didn't just start with Marilyn then. This has been like 8 months ongoing where it's like, and all I've said in the comments is like, hey, knock it off, stop that, knock it off, this and that. And it's like, what happened though is like I think 6 months ago, Grid, I was talking to a woman and, we were like dating for 2 weeks. And then she was like, I never got into debate content or anything like that. She started snooping around online and said, oh, this Sarah girl. And I think they were starting to talk about me. Somebody brought somebody up. And in the comments, Marilyn was like, oh yeah, Marte's gay or something like that. And then that started a whole conversation. So this woman came to me.
I remember that. I think that was on my show. And I think that she came up and, she was basically.
Right. But this is what happened though, and this woman that I was dating for 2 weeks had said, hey, you never told me about any of this stuff. And this happened in your past. And she was like, obviously you're hiding it from me. She was like, that's it. We're not talking or whatever. I was like, what the hell? Like, so it's like, all right. And then now it's like, I just signed a sports contract with somebody out there in California, a Christian company. Well, I mean, it's not a Christian company, but she owns a business. And it's like, and then I have people who are Orthodox that follow me and all this other stuff. And it's like, well, if he's actively practicing being gay, it's like, come on, man. Like, so it's like, this is reputation destruction for 8 months.
Sure.
That affected my personal life and dating life and all this. And I'm like, so do I have to pay for this? Something that happened 12 years ago, ongoing for the next 20 years? Because Dusty himself has admitted, he's like, I'm not going to stop. And I'm like, why am I being punished for something that I've repented for already and came out? And I'm like, I've never done anything with a man before. It's never happened. Like, it's gross. And I'm just like, well, I'm tired of it. So 8 months of this. On your panel, what happened though, because I don't have DMs to Marilyn. I took her off social media and stuff like that. And I saw it on the panel and said, hey, I'm just going to ask her questions and have her, be held account for these accusations. Do you have proof in all this? And then I never attacked her. I never attacked Beth personally. I never attacked Dusty personally. All I've done was ask questions. And now I'm the person who's the attacker, not Avarice, not Jay Var, not anybody else who really attacked her, just me. I don't understand.
I think, just so Avarice and Maryland have some like back and forth that's kind of, it's weird, but I guess it kind of works for them, right? So they're serious but not serious or whatever. And the thing is that as near as I can tell, right? Like look, again, I can't steel man their argument. I don't really understand the issue that everybody has. I don't, and I don't really, and I don't take this the wrong way. I really don't care. Other than that, it's a massive fucking distraction from the other shit I'm trying to do. And, because it's literally like you can't come on my panel without it being somebody all of a sudden have to talk about how you're a closet gay or 10th man said this or, what the fuck ever, like it's crazy. Like, so that's kind of where my interest kind of starts and ends, right? Like I look, and I actually asked him, I'm like, what? So why do you care if Marte is even if he's gay and in denial, why do you care? Like you're not even Christian. Why do you care? Like why do you care? And, I mean, now Beth obviously isn't part of that, but you need to go watch the whole thing, or not the whole thing, but from where I come on till, and it's only like 15 minutes or so, but it's I just don't know why. I mean, look, do I think that you're like, without responsibility here? No, I don't. I think your personality is such, and the way that you say things sometimes I think can set people off, but that is a small thing, Marte. That's very small. And you don't even have to make a big deal about it, right? Like, I don't get it, man. Like it's pretty nuts to me.
I don't think I've ever done anything to warrant the personal attacks for such a long time. And as personal as they are, I don't think there's anything I've done to them to warrant this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. I'll agree. I'll go one further than that. I don't understand. Well, this is, if it were me, right? I'm not, but if it were me, I would literally be like, Dust. I would get Dusty in Discord or whatever and be like, hey dude, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying to do my thing over here. What is your deal? Right. Now I understand he's got some like,
but Grid, real quick,
got some bone to pick with you where he feels like you ran from him for the debate or, whatever. I don't know.
But Grid, I'll say this right now. I would actually handle this in Discord with Dusty on a personal level. The only problem with this is I don't trust the man that puts out hit pieces on me. For the last 5 months, he's put out hit pieces on me, and I've never attacked him up until then. So when Beth said I made a diss track and stuff, this was after I've tolerated this for like 8 months, and then it's like I finally hit back. And now all of a sudden it's like, so it's like not even, it's for not, but I feel like if I did like a Discord conversation with him, I'd hear about this being recorded and it'd be used against me and it'd be a hit piece. I don't trust him. That's what would probably happen. I feel like he would do something like that.
Yeah. I mean, so that's all right. So I would do that because I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you, man. If I were in your shoes right now, I would literally just ignore them, starve them for air. I mean, and look, Dusty,
I agree.
Dusty actually did the same thing with me way back when, not quite as much. And it was, like, and I just, it took I literally ignored him for like 6 months. Like I didn't respond to him, and we ended up kind of, he started coming into my chat and was like, just say, hey, what's up? And, we ended up kind of squashing everything, and we've been cool ever since. I actually consider the problem I'm having right now is that the same problem I had, with Andrew. Like I consider Dusty a friend, and I can, but Andrew is obviously like if it ever came push or shove, it's going to be Andrew, not Dusty. Not that, Dusty's cool in certain ways. I just don't understand I really don't get his like beef with you. And I haven't asked him about it.
Well, I wouldn't.
The thing is childish as fuck. And I think I pretty much said so tonight. I think it's really stupid. I don't, and I don't understand how they think calling a grown ass man gay, not calling you gay, again, not just kind of rhetorically like I would with Vibe or, or hey man, your hat looks gay or whatever. Yeah, like actually saying that you're a homosexual. I don't know any grown ass man that would take that, like, without losing their cool. Well, maybe laugh it off a couple of times, but if they kept doing it, I'd be pretty fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's affected my personal life, like I was saying. And then here's the other thing too, is like the moment I question anybody about this, do you understand like the precedence it sets when Sarah says, oh, what's wrong with it? I made you a gay reindeer. You shouldn't be upset about this. It's like, well, if nobody ever pushed back when it came to being called a homosexual, this sets a bad precedence. That means the Johnny Depp situation, Johnny Depp was not a victim then apparently. And then anybody else, it's like, what I said was like, you did this. And then she said, well, I told you to eat a dick. And then she said, he just got mad because of that. Because I said, it's the context. People won't live this gay thing down. And I'm just like, you guys keep, and then they say, well, Marte brings it up. He keeps bringing it up. I didn't bring up the gay reindeer thing. I didn't bring up Marilyn in the comments calling me gay for months. I didn't bring up 10th Man doing this and dragging this out for months. It's like, I'm not the one doing this. When I combat it, then it's like, I'm the bad person because I push back against this. It's like everybody has a threshold. I have a thick skin, actually. I'm not that reactive because I did hear the stream. I'm not as reactive as people think I am. I'm just competitive when it comes to certain things. So that may look like I'm kind of arrogant to some degree because I come from a very competitive arena.
You've got different mannerisms than they're used to. The mannerisms that you use in the online world kind of, give off the signal of being angry or which you probably aren't, just kind of focused and intense. But there's, it's a lot of
I never get angry, man. It's I've still they say I attack women. I've never called a woman a bitch online. I've never called a woman on a panel to shut the fuck up. That's literally been said about me. Like Orthodox guy says, Marte tells women to shut the fuck up. When do I ever do this? I never talk down to women. I don't curse them out or anything. I have questions.
And look, I wanted to see the film clip because Beth Beth made a big deal about the way that you told her that she should submit to all men or something like, I forget what it was, but
I never made the statement that all women should submit to all men. I've never said that. That's never been said.
Uncle Fatty makes a good point. Like, first, do not play the victim, just own it, embrace the narrative. Why do we care what some asshole on the friggin' internet thinks about us? He makes a good point there. And but again, I see where you are unhappy about it. I see why they are coming. I mean, actually, I don't see why they're coming after you, but I understand their stated reasoning for coming after you. I don't agree with it. I just understand it.
Like, why would you say you understand the?
I mean, in their mind, you're a liar. You have. You run, you cope, you take shots from the sidelines, you talk shit, and then you cry foul.
How do I do any of this stuff, though? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I asked tonight if any of them could steel man their argument to me. Beth started to and couldn't really get it done. And then... I mean, just look back on it. I asked them to steel man the argument because I can't steel man their argument, right? Like, I really can't steel man their position. Their position seems to be is they don't like you because they don't like your face.
Yeah, I can't steel man their argument either.
I'm not even trying to be flip about that. I literally believe that they just don't like you because they don't like your face. They don't like the way you talk to people. They don't like this, which is look, hey, that's totally fair. It's totally okay to not like people.
I agree. Yeah, it's okay to have an opinion.
It's totally fair if they think you're an arrogant asshole. That's totally fair.
That's fine. They can have an opinion. I don't mind that because you're like, here's the thing though, Grit. I'll be even straight up with you. If they had an opinion and they said Marte's a horrible debater, he doesn't debate worth crap, I'd be like, yeah, okay. We all have like sports players and stuff like that we don't like because, we don't like Dennis Rodman because of his attitude, things like that. But to call somebody a name and call him a homosexual, that's very personal. And if it affects my personal life and it, is reputation destruction of my life and character assassination to some degree, I'm like, that's an overstep too far for as long as in consistent it has been. I had a breaking point. So I punched back and now I don't know. It's like, I'm not even allowed to address my accusers. I don't understand it.
I mean, you could just welcome Dusty on anytime, let him rant or whatever, and then just kind of let it roll. Just let it go.
I did one time. I welcomed him on, and there were a bunch of trolls that came on and tried to platform my channel. But here was the other thing that happened too. When I did welcome him on, he said he's not going to stop and never gave me a reason why. He said because I can't. So I'm like,
also understand that content is the product here, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah, that's crazy though.
So what was that last debate you did? I'm trying to remember because I had some I can picture you debating. I can't pick. It wasn't First Amender. It was
First Amender was the last one, and then the one before that, it was like a Wick. I think I debated Wick.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Wick. Yeah, yeah. Wick was an interesting debate. I wish I'd written down because I had some thoughts on that. I think you did okay, but you let him, you let Wick. You let Wick be Wick too much, and you got
my microphone was. I had a lot of
microphone was messing up, and
that's why.
Yeah. So Wick has this habit of he'll make shit up, and if you don't fact check him and call him on it, it just becomes a narrative. And then even if you do call him on it, he'll pivot, and he's just saying shit to say shit. And he asked you for sources, and when you couldn't produce them, that was a problem. But
well, because my computer had shorted out, and my so if you looked on my chat, Like I couldn't receive messages because there was some.
I did see that. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, so that also destroyed some of the bookmarks that I had for the debate. So I had to run on the top of my head.
Well, it was fine.
It messed up. And my mic.
That wasn't a big deal. So like, I'm trying to think back because I had some comments I wanted to make.
It was a fun debate, though. Regardless, you know.
Yeah, no, it was fun. And it was. I mean, it wasn't really. It went exactly the way I thought it would because Wick wants to come off as if he is very reasonable and what he's saying is true and factual. The problem is that he generally is not being 100% factual.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to think of what they
just to address the grok issues, like I came out with that and then I did the apology. They said that was manufactured. But here's the thing though, is like then we would have to say the Wick debate was manufactured when I couldn't pull up notes, when all my computer was acting up, when my mic issue was acting up. It's like I did fairly well in that. But then I asked them to pull up the Jubilee debate where I was debating the billionaire when I couldn't have a phone in front of my face, when I couldn't have anything. And instead of listening to the argument where I was destroying this billionaire, they were just like talking about how gay I look. And I'm like, see, that's the thing. It's like, is
that over earlier tonight?
Yeah, after you left, they brought up the Jubilee debate. I said, well, bring up the Jubilee debate where I didn't have grok or anything. I destroyed that guy, Brian Johnson. And it's like, instead of talking about how I can function on my own without having to use tech, they just talked about how gay I looked. And I'm like, see, this is why it's
so
stupid.
What you allowed Wick to do is you allowed Wick to spin a narrative, and you weren't really punching back on it enough, right? So like
I couldn't. My microphone was
that was terrible. But Wick was talking about who could convict who and who did this and who did that, and especially about the warrants. The thing is that he's got it in his head that the administrative warrants were not legal, but yet they are actually
they're
legal.
all signed off.
Yeah, they're
all
signed off
before they get distributed. I already knew that, but I couldn't talk because my mic, every time he kept over talking me, my mic shut off.
Yeah. And he was wrong about the so he was wrong about the Border Patrol and ICE were arresting people for obstruction. What they do is they detain people, and the local police arrest them for obstruction because the feds can't do. I mean, that's not what they do.
Well, we can't
every single person. They also weren't grabbing. He specifically said that they were grabbing people off the street, and that's
false.
That's been debunked so many times. Like, why would he say that? It's absolutely been debunked over and over and over again. Yeah. Every single person they go after has a warrant. They're not a blanket task force. They are a directed weapon. And the problem is that now it is true. The claim can be made that if they go over and they're arresting Juan Montoya, and and Juan Valdez is standing next to him, and Juan Valdez looks like he might have a warrant, they will detain Juan Valdez until they figure out whether he's got a warrant. But that's not an arrest.
Yeah, it's not an arrest. Yeah.
So, and that's perfectly within their purview. They're not breaking any laws, and so when he's saying that they're arresting U.S. citizens, I thought that was he never did provide any proof of that. False. He just made the statement.
That's so false.
Yeah,
and I couldn't rebuttal it like I usually do because I think my mic's working now, but I just got it fixed to some
like you had a
degree.
bad cable or something was going wrong the other night. So
yeah, so that's why I couldn't punch back like I wanted to, especially when it came to him saying this. And it's like, in order for us to arrest somebody, we have to have a solid case. I sat in many briefings where it's like we have a case file built up, like known aliases, people that they know, they stay at their uncle's house at the time, all this stuff. Like,
yeah, it's just what he does is he does a standard issue thing of saying that, and look, literally every lefty debater has done the same thing. Everybody, if you're debating a lefty, what you need to remember is they're going to give you this: ICE is arresting these people. No, first of all, ICE doesn't actually arrest anybody. They seize people under warrants, and then they take them in.
We have to have
they don't read the Miranda rights. There's no court. There's no arraignment afterwards. They are seizing. Now they're arresting you technically, because that's what we use that word for, but they're not arresting you like a police officer arrests you. There's no due process. Once ICE has you, there's no due process, baby. Like, that's done. Like, that's over.
I told him that last night. I said, if there's a physical altercation, or even if I come up to you, I don't have to Mirandize you.
Right.
If I'm taking you into custody, because you're not a U.S. citizen for once. And then, not to mention this, but if you pose a threat and you've violated like a 13-year-old, like the one in Operation Metro Surge, we can literally take you, detain you. And then, not to mention that, but a lot of people don't know the process of unarresting people as well too. There's so much in this that a lot of liberals don't know.
Uncle Patty, I really want to see video of people, random American citizens, being asked for papers. I want to see that video. I've asked multiple times for video of this, and nobody's ever sent it. I've heard this stated in multiple debates that this is happening, and yet there's no video. None.
Yeah, I'd love to see evidence of this as well too.
You cannot tell me that. You cannot say that and not provide something other than so. And
if a federal agent arrests you, they have to build a solid case. If you notice, like in the Renee Good case, where the guy was walking around with a phone camera, it's because he's documenting all of this, including the license plate, positioning in the vehicle, all this, because all of that has to be submitted to court. Because in order for us to build a solid case and actually have a case, it's usually close. And if the feds got you in their chokehold, yeah, chances are it's going to be 97% you're going to be guilty, because the case is so still case. It's almost open and shut, because we have to build so much data and information, collect all this, that's where we're aiming for. So what we have to do is build all this data and collect all that. So that's why the agent was walking around the vehicle to collect more data. He was filming all this, filming everything that led up to this, so that we do have an active investigation. We have all this to present.
Right. So the other point, I lost it. Where'd it go? There it is. Then the other bad argument that Wick kept making was that he was treating ICE as if they're cops.
No, they're not cops at all.
But they're not. They're not doing investigations. They're serving warrants. They don't. ICE generally, I think there is an investigative branch of ICE, but in general, your average ICE guy is not investigating shit.
There's still fact finding that goes on, though. That's not to say in lieu of, but still, we're going out and we literally know who we're getting. Mm-hmm. So that's really what it is. It's not like we don't know who we're getting before we leave briefing.
But basically, Wick is trying to use the kind of First Amendment auditor obstruction kind of defense against ICE, as if what they're doing is that it's okay to do certain things because ICE is doing an investigation, but they're not actually in general doing an investigation. They're simply serving on a warrant, and they're looking for a very specific person.
They're targeted. And that's the point. Like they're targeted.
I'm going to look. Administration challenged. I'm going to look and see.
Well, that's the difference between this administration and last one. We have actually more targeted I would say arrests that are happening now, and the operations that we're doing are more targeted than the previous two administrations before us. And I think the success rate is higher, but he couldn't the burden was on him to prove that it was a negative. He couldn't do this. He gave sparse circumstances, but overall he said, well, NIS can replace them, but still that's not a net negative.
I'm looking right now for this video of ICE asking random people for papers. I'm literally searching that.
Yeah, that's an accusation for Border Patrol. That's a whole different agency. That's you could probably point that at, but not ICE or HSI.
All right, wait, let me unmute this. All right, hold on. I got to get the whole context here. They contact this woman. They're not randomly doing it. They're literally contacting this woman for some reason. And they ask her for an ID, and she decides not to do it. Which federal agent is not a cop. Just saying that.
There's nothing wrong with asking for it.
I did find one. But it's not what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking for ID either. So I mean, I don't get what the problem is with that. So
well, there is a problem. All right, so there's a problem with it, right? So the First Amendment auditors will go out and they and when a regular law enforcement officer interacts with you, you have they can conduct what's called a Terry stop, and they can ask you a few things. But if they don't have a suspicion, a reasonable, articulable suspicion that you may or may not be committing a crime, they can't ask you for ID unless it's an ID state.
What I'm referring to is like if you are providing some kind of obstruction, or they suspect that you are harboring a criminal, or there may be some ulterior motive that you're hampering, and you can articulate that in the paperwork. Yes,
yeah,
for sure.
Okay, that's more for cops. A federal agent that's conducting a very specific narrow search. Let me look.
I've done that on the job. If I felt like somebody was hampering, like if they were harboring somebody, I would be like, hey, yeah, I've done that before. So like if you were hiding somebody that we were basically looking for, I'd be like, hey, who are you? Like, do you have like, and I'd say, okay, well, how do I know that you're the aunt of this? Things like that. And all that leads to is like, okay, well, cool. I don't know if you're this person or not. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
but there's always a specific reason why we have to articulate that in paperwork as to why we're doing
so. There's a couple of it's a touchy thing with ICE. I could see where people get bent about this. So, ICE agents are allowed to stop and briefly question someone in a public place if they have a reasonable suspicion the individual is a non-citizen of the United States. By the way, your skin color could be could rise to the level of reasonable suspicion. But in general, they cannot just stop and demand ID for someone without I'm almost dark enough where it'd probably be a problem. Marte is in danger, right? Like if somebody stopped Marte and said, "Hey, let's see your driver's license, buddy. I want to see if you're a citizen." That's a reasonable suspicion. I could see that. You look like you might have jumped across the border a couple of times. Me, on the other hand, that would be a harder sell, right? Not a lot of people from actually England overstaying their visas here.
Yeah.
And so that part of, but so what an ICE officer, so the ICE thing is interesting because it's mostly about if they think that you're a citizen or non-citizen. They must have a reasonable suspicion that an immigration violation has occurred or is occurring. So, yeah. And actually, ICE has the ability, if you are a legal resident, for example, Marte, if you were from Guatemala and you had a green card, if ICE asked you for the green card, you are legally required to surrender it.
Yeah. Well, not to mention this, but you can have like a temporary citizenship. Like there's a lot of other things as well too. Yeah.
Yeah. So non-citizens, lawful immigrants, lawful permanent residents, and other non-citizens with valid unexpired immigration documents who are over 18 are generally required by law to carry those documents with them. You must provide them if asked. You don't get to hide behind the First Amendment. You don't get to hide behind that. If you are a non-citizen and you are asked for ID, you must give it. If they still think that you're a non-citizen and if you don't present it and they think that you're a non-citizen, that's going to be bad because it's going to raise to reasonable suspicion.
Well, you're given a privilege, and that privilege is like, I would say, and that depends on whether or not your behavior is like, you're not in our country breaking our laws, things like that. So like we're talking about managing identification, arrest, detention, things like that. But I understand there's like an accumulation, like you have to meet the criteria for certain things. But it's like, that's one thing though, is like you have to do is you have to articulate yourself and articulate why we did what we did. And this is like in almost everything that we've done on paperwork.
Right. Well, all right. So Uncle Fatty, skin color equals profiling. Not always. Dependent upon race. Shit, Tom Holman said straight up that skin color and spoken accent is grounds for questioning. Why would it not be? That, gentleman, is racial profiling. Is skin color the only diametric of your race?
Wait, I have a personal anecdote. I'll tell you. There was one time I was working.
In this one. This is good. I like this.
So Grid, I was in briefing one time. I got pulled out of briefing one time, and our lieutenant was talking, and like I got pulled out of briefing and went to administration. And I was like, why am I getting pulled to administration? They put me in a special, like a room that I've never seen before, as long as I worked for the agency. And they made me sit in a chair, and two guys came in suits, and they were like, you fit this profile of somebody, and I'm literally like working for them. They said, you fit the profile of somebody that was touching 13-year-old girls or whatever, this and that came across the border and all this. And I was like, what the hell? So this guy brought out a kit, and they like swabbed my mouth. They swabbed my ears. And then they said, have you done this? And they basically interrogated me, and they left. And I was like, what the hell? And my guy was like, or I think it was like whoever was the chain of command at the time was like, yeah, they said you fit some guy because of what we wear. And not to mention this, but you were kind of like maybe impersonating somebody, or was there? I guess they were impersonating either an agent or something like that. And it sounded like the most made up shit ever. And what was crazy was like, I never heard about this again. That literally happened. And I'm like, I never heard from them again. So like I was profiled and I was an agent at the time.
I really can't let this go. Uncle Fatty, if you are Uncle Fatty, brother, if I am looking for illegal Somalian immigrants, how many white people am I going to find that are illegal Somali immigrants? Brother, if I'm looking for illegal Colombian immigrants, how many black people do I need to stop? You call it racial profiling, but I don't see where it is. That is literally a quality of being a Colombian or a Somalian. Yeah, brother, I'm not there. I'm not there with you.
So let's see, you have some disagreement in the chat there.
Yeah. he's calling it racial profiling, which I guess to some degree it is. Right.
Yeah. It could just be pattern recognition. I mean, really, to be honest with you.
But again, all right. So if I'm looking for illegal Somali immigrants, how many white people am I going to stop?
None of them.
Right.
We're not stopping. Let's just state the obvious. You're not stopping white people. It's not going to happen.
I mean, all right. So if I'm looking for illegal Colombian immigrants, how many people that look Colombian am I going to start? I'm going to stop all the people that look Colombian. Now, I might catch some Mexicans in that. Maybe a Venezuelan, And I'm sorry, but,
They have to fit a profile. Why does it have like color, complexion, and all that? Especially in our data reports that we get. Like, there's a reason why all the descriptors are there too.
I'm very curious, Uncle Fatty, how we figure out who are the illegal immigrants. Are we should just stop everybody? I did do the search and I didn't come up with any of it. I came up with one story about a woman who literally was stopped on the sidewalk, who was asked for her ID. She refused to provide it. Targeting people by color is actually, that's not a gray area. It's not a gray area. It's not. If I'm looking for Somalians, I'm not looking for white guys or brown guys. I'm looking for very specific guys. I'm looking for very specific guys. I'm looking for Marte, basically. Which is fine. Which is fine. I got to go to bed. I got to get up in the morning and drive to Gatlinburg. We're going to go hang out. My wife and my youngest son and I. My oldest son's on a church trip, youth trip. It's going to be good. So anyway, Uncle Fatty, I want to fight with you about this later. I do. I want to fight with you about it later. So
sounds contentious.
Well, I just think it's interesting. It's racial profiling to just say that I'm looking for a Somalian and I know what a Somalian looks like. And coincidentally, they happen to look like all the other Somalians.
Yeah.
So
I agree. Should take them out, man.
Yeah.
I think we should have a moratorium on immigration, even legal immigration, for a bit. So that's just my opinion.
My algorithm's not that far to the right, Uncle Fatty. But I definitely don't go out looking for fake shit. So that's part of the problem. I want real stuff. And I get very upset when I find fake stuff.
One of my chatters was asking, is he related to Team Fatty or the debater Fatty?
No, Uncle Fatty's a cool dude, actually. I like Uncle Fatty.
Okay, I was just curious.
Very contentious.
Gotcha.
He's very contentious, and I like him a lot. He's actually a pretty smart guy, and he's good to argue with.
Good deal then.
Yeah. Uncle Fatty says, "Tell that to the Statue of Liberty, Marte." Right. Look, I don't think there should be a moratorium on immigration. I do think that.
I think so, though. But
you need to rethink. Well, I think we need to rethink a couple of things. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Just because you're looking for blue cars doesn't mean you can look for blue cars. That's racism.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying, Uncle Fatty, man. You're not a black man from Portugal. That's funny. You're not a lefty black man from Portugal. That's even more important. Are we being Fuck It Button says, I came at a bad time. Are we being supremacists? No, I've got Marte right here. I can't be a white supremacist with Marte here.
Yeah, Grid's using the whole I have a black friend trope right now to justify his racism. I'm just playing.
I got my black friend. He's right there. My one black friend.
This is what racists say to justify their racism. Go ahead. No, I'm just playing. I can't be racist. I got the one black friend.
Yeah.
I see he's right here, right? He's just a coon at the time. I mean, Uncle Tom. I mean, he's just Marte. That's all. He just
I think it's funny.
just go ahead.
Uncle Fatty thinks Trump should not have killed the immigration bill. It was bipartisan.
That's a whole different conversation for sure.
Disagree on that a little bit, but not by much. You know, I think it was. I don't know that it was a good bill, but I don't know that it should have been killed. I think it could have been saved, but that's nothing. I got to go to bed. Can we include all the homosexuals in this deportation? Sure, why not?
Yeah, I agree.
Give me a wait, but we can't be racist about it.
Oh yeah, that's
racially
easy.
profile. We're gonna
let's not racially profile, but let's get rid of them. I agree.
Use, speech patterns, listen for the lisp.
The guy that's banging his boyfriend is obvious too. Let's get rid of him.
Right.
Yeah,
that's the boyfriend. Actually, I really don't care. You know, let be gay. They're going to hell, so who cares?
Deport him. I care. Deport him. That's just my opinion. More for him. I agree.
That wanted to reclassify what illegal. Yeah,
wife is going to be on the panel too, as well too, stopping by. Also, it's going to be a good time for all.
Glenn's wife or ex-wife, Coco. No,
no, no. That's all the hints I'm giving you. But we have three. Rachel. That's all the hint I'm giving you. We're just going to say,
what's up, OG?
Edition on Monday. It's going to be a good episode of Woke Podcast with me, hosted by Cool Vic. It'll be a good episode. So that's all.
Hey, what? It's a what episode?
It's going to be Woke Autopsy, hosted by me and Cool Vic.
I got it.
So it'll be a good episode. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool Vic got his ass handed to him by First Amender. It was very hard to watch.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. I might have to check that out again.
It was just sad.
Well,
it's okay. Things happen.
Yeah. Things, but
he's not really a debater guy.
Yeah. He's a good guy though.
He is a great guy. I really like Cool Vic.
Yeah. I like V1C. V1C is a good guy.
V1C.
He's definitely V1. That's what Rachel calls him. V1C.
I know.
So yeah, she calls me Martell now too, and then she calls Avarice Ava Rice, and I don't know. We all got name changes somehow, but yeah. Right. All changed up. All right, man.
You guys have a great night. Everybody was cool, and we'll see you guys all later. Marte, I gotta close this. See it, and we'll close this. What's up? All right, didn't include the liberal brain in the autopsy. You'll be disappointed to see nothing but a post note says, I feel like. What's up, OG? Man, the myth, the sometimes legend. OG, if you're still in the chat and you want to come up for like 5-10 minutes, I got you, bro. Got you. If you're not in the chat, that's cool too. Got here way too late. Yeah, I'm sorry, fuck it, button. I've been busy. I did a panel show, and then I did or not a panel show. I did an interview panel, whatever kind of thing, and then it's basically time to go to bed. Detained is one thing. Did they deport them? I'm like 90% sure that includes the people they detain at the border. Yeah, where's OG at? Yeah, again, guys, I will not be streaming tomorrow. Normally I would be. Not this week. It's Valentine's Day. And then I've got to I don't know if I'll probably be on Monday afternoon. Probably. I think we'll be back Monday. So yeah, Uncle Fatty, man, I kind of want to fight you on this, but I mean, mostly I agree, but I just don't understand. And you're not the first person that has made this point that they're racially profiling, but who are you going to stop if you're looking for an illegal Somali? You're not going to stop the white guy. You're going to stop the black guy or girl. That's just the way it is, because that's what a Somali looks like. That's not racially profiling. It could be ethnically profiling, I guess, but it's not racially profiling. That's just what it is. It is a descriptor. Anyway, I kind of want to fight you on it, but not too bad. It won't be too bloody because I think we mostly agree. At any rate, I'm out of here. You guys have fun. Be cool. Go do great things. Yes, fuck it button. That's awesome. And I'm out of here. See you guys.